Ray, Jennifer, we have a recording. Okay, it is 4:05 p.m. I will call this meeting of the Harmony Community Development District to order. Start with roll call. Chairman Leet is here. Vice Chairman Shakanis here. Supervisor Phillips here, and Supervisor Williams
here.
All right. Supervisor Cornell is expected, but is not here yet. We will update for the record when she does show up. First, and this is ahead of audience comments, had a call from Mike Eckert, our district counsel, just over an hour ago. And this is referring to can you guys hear us? Okay,
yes.
A little. Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting from the gallery here, having a hard time hearing us. So I'm turning our speaker up some. Is this better? Okay, thanks. I'm getting thumbs up. Okay, so we had and this is the next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. So this is published on the website, but we do have one last change coming from our district council in the last hour or so. And he was reached out to by FMS, which is the underwriter we had been working with earlier in the year. Understand it is much too late to try doing anything in this current budget year, but given the volatility that's been in the market, he wanted to see, given a potential right now of a lower interest rate, if we would be interested in re-engaging with the underwriter to see about refinancing the outstanding two sets of bonds as we had discussed back in February and March, but would apply to the next budget year. So it's up to us as a board to decide if we want to amend the agenda. We'd have to briefly open up for public comments since it wasn't on the agenda. And if we want to give Dylan, who's on the call, a couple minutes just to update us and decide if that's what we want to do. So first, as a board, do we want to allow that final change to the agenda? And Jennifer, go ahead.
And you're just referring to the refinancing again, just for clarification for the audience?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is the refinancing of the outstanding
2015 and 2014
yes
bonds.
So as a board, are we okay with that final addition to the agenda in addition to what's posted on the website?
Absolutely, I am.
I think we can revisit this. We were unfortunate in refinancing last time. We did approve it. Timing didn't work out and a lot of volatility wasn't able to get us refinanced. But with recent economic data, and if the interest rates come down more, which I think they are going to, then we have another opportunity to refinance. We have a loaded package this time around, so I think we should postpone this conversation.
I'm of the opinion that we could give them 5 minutes just to hear the update and then decide to do it or not do it. So Julie, whether it goes on the agenda or not is up to you.
No, let's hear what they have to say.
Okay, so I'll briefly open up the floor to public comments on this addition to the agenda, unpublished, but this is to briefly hear from our underwriter, FMS, regarding the possible refinance that we had looked at earlier in the year of our outstanding bonds. Are there any comments from the public? You have to approach the microphone and please state your name for the record.
Talking to that one down there, you can use that. All right. You gotta hit the bottom.
That mic there should pick you up.
You're good.
Okay.
My name's Carl Ritter. I agree we should delay temporarily on this as interest rates are going to fall shortly. And that's really all I've got to say about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Any other audience comments? All right. So I will vote to adopt that change to the agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Day.
That's 3 ayes. Okay. So Dylan, you're on the Zoom call right now. If you can just and Mike, is there anything you need to add from a district council standpoint?
No, it's just that interest rates do bounce up and down, and as we've all experienced, and just be interested to hear what Dylan has to say, and thank him for reaching out to you all in advance of your meeting.
Okay, Dylan, the floor is yours, but please keep it brief. We have a very packed agenda.
I noticed that. Thank you, everyone. I will do my best to be as quickly as possible with this. So of course, we spoke a couple meetings in a row earlier this year. The bond market has been anticipated for rates to go lower since September of last year when the Fed started cutting interest rates in earnest. They did a 50 basis point rate cut in September of last year, and lo and behold, what happened was long-term interest rates, which again, the Fed only controls short-term interest rates. They don't control long-term interest rates, but long-term interest rates actually increased as a result of that Fed policy move. No one really has a crystal ball. People do expect at some point long-term interest rates to go lower. We thought they were going to be lower. And we thought there was plenty of time to delay the decision to move forward with the refinancing instead of moving forward in February. We came back a month later in March. And lo and behold, in that period of time, we lost our window of opportunity. When I did approach you guys in February and again in March, we were discussing an annual savings rate of 14% on the 2014 bonds and an annual savings rate of 11% on the 2015 bonds. After that period of time, the bond market moved away from our favor, but as a result of the economic data that was earlier referenced, the market is already currently pricing in a Fed cut at the September meeting. And what we've noticed is the market does tend to get excited about the prospects of a Fed cut. Markets are forward-looking, so they price in those outcomes in the future. And then what's happened, we've seen throughout this year is alternative data has come out with regard to tariffs or this, that, and the other thing that has swayed the market in another direction, and they reprice and then rates go higher. So it's been very and at the moment there's an opportunity. The rates have moved in our favor to the extent that the 2014 bonds, instead of 14% savings that I showed you earlier this year, we could achieve 18% savings at current interest rate levels that are in the market at the moment. And on the 2015 bonds, instead of the 11% that I showed you earlier this year, we would be able to achieve approximately 14%. So the savings are better than what we previously discussed and what you previously approved. At the moment, we have a window. You do have a board meeting on August 28th, at which we would be able to come back and bring bond documents. There's no telling what happens between now and then. Rates could go higher, they could go lower. But these were savings levels that you were interested in earlier this year. We temporarily lost that window. We currently have a window where even if rates go slightly higher in the next 3 weeks, we'll at the very least be able to achieve those same levels that you were interested in the first quarter of this year. And whether or not you guys want to capitalize on the window or kick it out and roll the dice, which we've seen has been a bit of a precarious decision, that's your call. But I wanted to bring you guys the option now where we would be able to get this on the August 28th agenda with bond documents and have you locked into an interest rate the following week. And then we would come back at the September meeting after your rate is already locked with pre-closing documents, get you signed up, adopt an assessment resolution, and close after the September meeting. That's the long and the short of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dylan. And to be clear, this would be not affecting the budget year that we are deciding on tonight. It would be taking effect the following fiscal year. I mean, my thoughts, volatility being what it is, if we have an opportunity here, to remind everyone, this would be done, our council, we'd have to pay for their billable hours. And with everything going on, that's already, a completely different issue. But the work that was being done was on contingency. So if they go down the path and they aren't able to realize the percent savings on the bond refinance that we're promised, we would not have to pay them for that. So given that, I'm in favor of proceeding to see if we can if we couldn't do anything this year, maybe we can still salvage something for next year, is my opinion. How about the rest of the board?
I agree with you. I think we should do it.
Okay.
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Yeah, since we've already paid for him to do that, I agree too. Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Any other thoughts? And again, this would still be, we wouldn't be finalizing a decision until we actually had numbers and everything in front of us at the next August meeting. Right.
It's allowing for it to come back to the next meeting,
Yes.
Okay.
essentially.
Yeah, I don't know if most people know how bond rates move, but there's three main factors that drive bond rates up, and one is growth of your economy, the other is inflation, and the other is how much debt you have in your economy and can you service those debt payments. So that's why it's so high right now. And if you go into a recession, those rates go down, and your federal government usually cuts rates, which drives the rates even further down, which allows you to refinance lower and lower until some point where they have to print money and save the economy. And if we're in one of those moments, then it could be a great buying opportunity to refinance lower. And you know, the tariffs will initially spike inflation, in my opinion, which might drive bond yields a little higher. But at the end of the day, I think they're going to come lower after rate cuts happen. So that's just my opinion. I guess we're not voting on refinancing tonight. So
Okay, so I would move to authorize FMS to proceed with preparing a fresh set of refinance proposals for our August meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, everything good with that motion, Mike?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, what's going to happen is we're going to prepare, like the bond documents, the resolution for you all to consider that'll have, parameters in it, and you all will be able to review that and then pull the trigger if you think it's advantageous to the district. And Dylan, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would really be what the next step was.
Correct. Yeah, it would be adopting the delegation resolution, which provides FMS the authority to negotiate the bond sale on your behalf within a certain set of parameters. As Mike mentioned, that the savings threshold can't be below a certain threshold, so on and so forth, and that would authorize us to go and purchase bonds. We would then price the bonds the following week if you were to approve and pass that resolution at the next board meeting. And that would lock in your interest rate the following week.
So I just want to say something to the board and the residents here is that voting on something that was presented to us before the Federal Reserve cuts rates is probably irresponsible due to it could raise rates like it did last time. It could drop rates, and that's a huge volatile moment that we could take advantage of if we wait for those things to come to fruition. That's just my opinion.
Okay, and we'll have a lot more time to discuss it at our August meeting. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Okay, back to our posted agenda. Next is audience comments. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. All right, so now we have audience comments for the posted agenda. Welcome up to 3 minutes of addressing the board on tonight's agenda, either in person or in Zoom. Do we have any audience comments tonight? Seeing none in person and not seeing any on Zoom, we will proceed. Next item is the presentation by proposers for district management and field management and maintenance services. Jennifer, go ahead.
Obviously, we cannot ask the firms to leave the room because it is a public hearing, but it is professional courtesy that as we go through these, they generally will step out. So do you want to go, Chairman, in order of the
Yeah, that would be
Sure.
fine. And I had a conversation with Mike. I think it makes sense to just go company by company
Yep.
rather than splitting up the
Agreed.
management versus field services. So we'll
So
just go. Yep.
with Vesta?
Agenda order. So yeah, first that would be Vesta District Services. They have a proposal for both district management and field services.
Chairman, if you don't mind, I do have one question. I know Vesta is here and Rosetta is here. Is that PFM?
Same
That's-
PFM and then SES I saw here earlier.
GMS?
GMS withdrew their
Okay.
proposal.
Oh, they went through theirs. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
And I don't know if anyone from Berman is here. Berman with PFM. Perfect. All right. All right. So we'll have give the floor to Vesta. We're aiming for 5 or so minutes presentation and 10 minutes of back and forth questions. So just keep that in mind. Again, we have several to get through tonight. And thank you all for coming here and preparing your information to we will. Thank you. Stay dry. Yeah, there's a breezeway. Yeah, just right down the hallway that way. There's a breezeway, a cafe, get snacks, get your pet groomed. Yeah.
Would you like me to talk into this so you can hear us nice and clear?
This will, yeah, the handheld works a lot better.
Oh, sure.
Did you want to have a time limit you wanted me to do on this, like 5-minute presentation, 5-minute Q&A, or 10 and 10? Or just
Yeah, let's how do we, I mean, the board, are we fine with 5 and 10, 10 and 10? What do we think?
10 and 10?
10 and
It keeps
10?
it kind of fair across
Yes,
the
I
board.
appreciate that very much, Jennifer.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you guys have a seat if you want.
No, Stan, I don't want, I feel bad, turning my
Oh, right.
my not great side to them. So I want to make sure that
Right.
you all can see us too. My name is Kyle Darren. I am the Director of District Services for Vesta District Services. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We've toured the community a few times. It's beautiful, first off. It really is. You can tell it's a well-established, well cared for community. I was really impressed with the resident garden. It looked like there's a set of residents that maintain that, and it was impressive. A lot of folks try to do that, and it doesn't get off the ground, but it was amazing. Vesta is a fully staffed property management company. We not only do amenities and field maintenance and district management, we also have a very large HOA component. We have offices throughout the state as far north as Jacksonville and Tallahassee, all the way down to Key West. So we do take the entire state. My name is Kyle. Once again, with us we have Scott Smith, our Vice President of District Services. He is my direct supervisor and made a special trip down just because he's so excited. I want to give him an opportunity to tell him a little bit about himself and how long he's been here.
Thank you, Kyle. Good evening, board. Again, my name is Scott. I'm the Vice President of District Services. I've been with Vesta for 5 years. I've been in this industry for 17 years. I was previously with one of the other companies who's here tonight for 12 years. We're very excited for this opportunity. We appreciate the opportunity. And at this, I'm going to hand it back over to Kyle Darren because he is the regional director who would be your direct contact for all services. Thank you.
Yeah, so not only I oversee the district manager and the accountant, support him directly every day, I would also oversee the maintenance portion as well and directly support those managers. It's a great to have a one-stop shop and one person to really kind of quarterback the entire operation. I came to district management and community management from hospitality. I was the general manager and director of operations for several resorts, including Waldorf Astoria's, the Venetian Palazzo Las Vegas, and a few others. And I decided that I enjoyed time at home in the evenings, as people like. So again, outside of meetings, I'd love to be home I have 2 kids at home, and that's why that while still very exciting and fast paced, a lot of work, this does provide a little bit better of a work-life balance. With us today, we also have Barry Jeskowicz here. He's your proposed district manager, and then you have Heath Beckett as well, who is proposed as the backup. So there's very several layers of support to make sure that you're well served. They work together in tandem. We have calls throughout the week talking about all of our districts and make sure that nothing is falling through the cracks. I'll let Barry introduce himself here for just a second.
Thank you very much, board. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, my name is Barry Jeskowicz. I've been with Vesta for about 2 years now, running different districts, and I would be honored to serve as your district manager. Took a tour of the property. It's a beautiful, amazing property, very clean, very safe, feels very friendly, really nice neighborhood, and the people that I met at the cafe, very nice. So I would be honored to serve. Thank you.
And then lastly, certainly not least, right here, we have Jason Davidson. He's a regional general manager here with Vesta. He's an operations guru. There's nobody I trust more. He toured the community with me several times, and we walked pretty much all of the advertised district amenities and areas. And I'll let him introduce himself and let you know his thoughts.
Yes, Jason Davidson, been with Vesta Property Services for 7 years now. I've been in the industry for 18 years. Worked in fully built out communities and also worked in communities that have been developed as well. Really have enjoyed both. I enjoyed the development side of things. It's nice to watch it kind of come to life and become what the residents would like for it to be. I have had the honor of touring your facilities and going around. My most favorite part was your community garden, to be quite honest with you. We do oversee a community in Northeast Florida that does have one, not quite the size of yours. I'm a gardener myself, so I was extremely excited to be able to do that. And I'm excited to be here, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
The only thing I was impressed with, and I can't ever bring my dog, is because he would be completely envious of the size of your dog parks. He does not have the benefit of those where we live here. But what sets us apart really is our communication. We believe it's a two-way street. You'll see in our proposal, both for field management as well as the district services, we pride ourselves on the technology that we are able to use to leverage feedback both from the residents as well as the board, and not allowing things to fall through the cracks. If there's a field requested, it's easily tracked and it goes directly to those responsible. So we're not waiting for resolutions, or perhaps having a resolution, but it not being communicated out to the requester or to the board. A lot of time that's the feedback we get. We're also very proud of our accounting teams. We have a centralized accounting office in Lake Mary, so not incredibly far from here, just north of Orlando, with our staff accountants and our accounting manager, Trish, who is an absolute guru with government accounting. So you can trust on a customized dashboard, whatever the board would like, to review their financials every month, and then any support that you would need in between meetings, we are absolutely happy to provide. On the field side, you'll see that we proposed one field manager and then 3 full-time employees plus 2 part-times. And the reason is there was a pretty clear stipulation that we wanted round the clock, at least when the amenities are open, the swim club is open, representation. That allows us to do that. I know there were a few other options for potential services, such as adding additional dog waste pickup station or leaf pickup, things like that. And you'll see that pricing reflected as well. But the important thing to note about our staffing model is it is cost plus. So you're not paying a flat cost rate fee. You are paying as the labor is utilized. It is the labor plus the burden, corporate support, and that is what ends up. And you'll see a very clear breakdown of why you pay what you pay on a monthly invoice and who you pay it for. I'm also pleased to offer on the district services side a 2-month free discount over a proration of the first year. So essentially we prorate the invoice to include 2 free months. And if we were fortunate enough to be awarded both agreements, I would be pleased to offer a $10,000 discount off of the district management fee as well. Again, none of this affects the publicly bidded pricing of the field and staffing services. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to your questions. It's been about 5 minutes. I anticipated it. I try. My pleasure.
I'd like to ask, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask, you just mentioned the dog waste. That is part of the RFP.
That is correct. Yeah, that's part of it. I didn't know if there was going to be adding more, but I also knew that there was also the potential RV parking and additional service. But yes, all of that. Yes, that's inclusive of our pricing. Absolutely.
There's 73 dog potty stations.
Yep.
Okay. Or 80.
I tried to visit all of them. Didn't quite make it to all of them.
Okay.
Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate you. I don't know where you live at, but it's a long haul to get here no matter where you live at. Just want to touch on a couple things. Barry, I didn't see you in the packet. And can you just tell us who's the district manager and who's the field service manager if they're not here?
Yeah, he's in the packet under district services.
Okay.
Under the district service proposal.
Oh, okay. So he would be the.
Yep, he's the district manager. Then I did not include a specific individual. Obviously, we would like to bring this individual in. We know who he is, but I didn't want to. In the event that we did not win the account, I don't want to compromise the position that he's in. But he's a CPO. He's got several years of maintenance experience. Has really proved. I think his last community a $36,000 year-over-year cost savings for bringing maintenance in-house versus what was had to contract it out for, air conditioning, all that good stuff. So he is really well versed in managing a good team of maintenance folks and keeping them on task and keeping community fresh. Everything from grinding sidewalks to filling potholes. The only thing that I want to be transparent in our proposal that we mentioned is the pond maintenance, and currently that is in-house. Jason and I took a view, and while you have very beautiful ponds, I think there's room for improvement. And I will be the first to say that that takes a very qualified, very dedicated, kind of specific focus. And we've got several relationships with pond vendors that we would hope that you would entertain. And I think there's enough savings that we could provide to offset the cost of bringing on a pond vendor.
Okay, that was my next question.
Actually, since our current staff is leaving, will you guys have any, like the 5 people ready to go?
Yeah, yeah. Again, there's a little bit of a handover time, but yes, we would be open to working, with the board and for Mark and discussing any potential employees that the board did want to retain. That's into your passion to work through that. And other than that, yes, we would be able to bring in a team fresh. Absolutely.
Yeah, because they're all leaving.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, we can say what we want, but I mean, that's also they're employees of Infomark right now. So that would be up for, Infomark to ultimately decide.
Yeah, they've been reassigned already.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
I do have a couple more things.
Sure,
Would you? We do not use a lifeguard. I just want to make that lifeguard.
Yeah.
Because some of them, and I forget which ones, and I didn't want to pick out individual companies, but so when we say we need an attendant,
Yeah.
we want someone to enforce the rules,
Sure.
make sure kids aren't climbing over the fence.
Yeah,
And
we
then-
call those pool monitors, and those
Oh.
that would also be, you can easily assign pool monitoring duties to your maintenance person on staff, things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
And
no.
did you have a chance to look at our boats?
We looked at a few. I didn't know who I saw a boat out by the community garden, kind of parked back there where United had some of their vehicles. I didn't see the other boats. I did go out to the dock itself, but it was locked and I didn't get to go past that.
Okay, are you ready to take care of all that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We manage several communities along the water and have a lot of experience managing both powered and non-powered watercraft.
Okay, and so our residents that live here can use the boats free of charge. So the staff has to meet them there to, give them the life jackets and send them out and then meet them when they come back in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure there's a reservation system, and if on-call
Right.
happens, then
Yeah,
you pull. Absolutely. Sure.
all right, and your people are skilled at working on the sidewalks because right now that is our number one issue, at least in my opinion. We've got the big sidewalk.
Yeah, up until the
issue.
point where it needs to be popped out, report and on all of that, case by case basis, but grinding and identifying and minor maintenance like that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And, well, I don't know if this is a question I'm supposed to ask, but we have some equipment. And, do you bring your own equipment or do you use what we have? Like, I think we have paintbrushes and all, that kind of stuff. And for field services. And also, we do have some, I think we have a thing for grinding the sidewalks and that, so.
I know that the stipulation did include a pool vacuum that we would be bringing. For other services, again, large vehicles, trucks, things like that, typically are purchased by the district to leverage the tax exemption. And then, of course, if you were to ever transition companies, again, it stays with the district. Hand tools, things like that. Again, our maintenance techs are expected to have a basic supply of tools. If there's any specialized things or high consumables like paintbrushes, things like that, typically, again, to leverage the relationship that, the district can have with its tax exempt status and other stores, we would purchase through the district to use those as a pass-through.
Okay. All right, I just didn't want to get caught with flat-footed and have to buy a whole bunch of equipment, straight out of the gate. So, okay. I think that was it for me.
Yeah.
A couple more.
Go. Okay. This was, somewhat communicated in the proposal, but we are in the process of constructing a new maintenance and storage facility. But as for right now, we have a kind of a smaller staging area that's by the smaller of the pools. What impacts, if any, do you see the availability or lack thereof of a permanent dedicated storage and maintenance building to performing on the scope of the work that's in the proposal for field services?
As long as there's a version of some place that the district is okay with storing things locally here. It is a unique location in the sense that not a lot of folks have offices in the immediate, half an hour vicinity. We can get to an office here within an hour, and that is fine. I know I went there, I didn't go inside, but I passed through the field management office and things like that. But as far as storage for machinery like a sidewalk grinder or things like that, you know, I would anticipate the operation running smoothest with some sort of dedicated storage. Again, I'm not saying that needs to be a full-on building, a utility shed. You know, the one thing I did notice about the community is you have a lot of open space and a lot of really great spaces that you could do a lot with. So I think that would be your answer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we're looking into, but with financials and stuff, we're we're not ready to pull the trigger on something that big. I have a
Home Depot 12 by 12 shed.
there you go. Yeah, we got one of those at the garden.
Have you dealt with Osceola County?
Yes. Short answer, yes. Long answer, yes. And I understand what you're asking. Yes.
Just wanted to clarify the two discounts that you mentioned,
Mhm.
the initial discount, and then if we were to give you guys both contracts, what were those numbers again?
So for the district manager services, you know, the first discount was 2 months, the entire fee. So all of those numbers added up, I believe it added to 80,000 annually.
Right.
2 months of that divided by 12. So 2 months of that free prorated over your first 12 invoices. And then if we were to pay partnering on the field management side as well, there would be additional 10,000. So that number would go from 80,000 to 70,000.
Okay. All right. And then one other question, does your field service manager, will he actually do work too? Is he, like,
Absolutely. Yeah.
part-time? Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to let Jason answer the working manager
Okay.
question.
So we believe heavily in our managers being involved in the operation in its entirety. We feel that it is beneficial to be led through situations and not necessarily bossed through situations. We have partnerships with all types of different vendors and landscapers and such that we work with very, very closely to be able to do those particular types of items. And again, it comes from the top to the bottom. So, you know, if you walk into your establishment every day as a janitor, you view yourself as nothing else, then you're not above anything. And we kind of pride ourselves on that.
I like to quote Disney with those. You know, if you've ever interviewed or worked with somebody who's worked at Disney, one of the questions they typically ask their management and to senior management is, how many janitors do you think Disney has? And the wrong answer is trying to guess. The right answer is, well, however many employees Disney has. So, you know, we believe in leading from the front and working, and that comes from Scott and our CEO, David Service.
Okay. And just to clarify that your manager's not included in your 3 full-time and 2 part-time.
It's 3 full-time plus the manager, and then the 2 part-time.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
So technically 4 full-time.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
What's our time, Jennifer? Okay.
Would the part-time just be for weekends or?
It really depends. It could be if our full timers are coming in very early to get good work done, they could be filling the balance of the day until the pool closes, things like that. So, you know, flexible labor ideally by design. So not necessarily just weekends.
Okay. And also right now, like, I'm not saying like you, but they wanted us to spend like a lot of money on an app
Mhm.
to bridge like the communication between field services and the residents and us. Like, 'cause
We-
right now it's, people just put on the Facebook forum, what's wrong? Or they email us, like, do
We
you
try
have
to
any
discourage
treatment?
that. We try to discourage that. Obviously, we
Good.
primarily direct our website, but apps are included as part of our fee. So you'll get an app free of charge that has direct communication to the field manager, as well as a email routing system that will
Okay.
route if you have a landscape concern. Not only does it go directly to the field manager, not to enable direct communication between the resident and your vendor, because that's not always great.
Okay.
But it will get passed to the vendor so they know it's a concern. But the app is free of charge. Give us, 60 to 90 days to roll it out and to get it started and to advertise it to your community. But yes, it is included.
Okay. I have one last question. You guys listed Montecito and Brevard County as a reference. Can I get the sanitized version of why you guys didn't renew your contract with them?
I wasn't involved in Montecito, so I don't know that I can answer that one.
I mean, from what's publicly available in the agendas, it seemed to be just agreement couldn't be reached. It didn't seem like it was a poor performance or anything like that. I was just asking, you guys are here, they're here, whoever replaced you is here. And knowing all that and professional courtesy and everything, what it is just giving you guys a chance to let us know.
From what I understand, there was a partnership both on the amenity side that I don't want to say reached an impasse. It became mutually not as beneficial as it could have been. And I think it was an amicable parting of ways. It wasn't a termination. I think it was just an RP. Let's get a new fresh idea in here as well. So that's the extent that I heard about it. It was run by our East Coast region. You guys fall right on the edge of our West Coast and Central region. So I will, that's why I get to have the pleasure of working with you. But that's what I know about Montecito.
Okay. We have
Time.
correct.
That's
Yes, under PFM, I believe. Okay. Do we have any other questions in our last minute with Vesta?
No, I'm good. Thank you, gentlemen.
If not, I'll let Scott provide just a quick close because I know he wanted more opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Again, just thank you for having us here this evening. We're very excited. We pride ourselves on being a full service property management company, district services, field services, and amenities. So we're very excited. We'd love to work with this community, and thank you for having us here tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Next is, yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, next on the agenda is Rosetta and Company, who will be presenting for, again, both management services and field services. After let's give a 2-minute recess while we have the other crew come back in here to present and the chairman get a drink. The reminder for our audience in person, we do have the cafe off to the side here if anyone needs some refreshments during this lengthy meeting.
Microphone, you want to see you, or do you want me to talk loud?
We got a handheld right here we can pass around. Yeah. Yep. We got the chairs. You guys can just stand up in front of the board here. And yeah, just make sure you pass the mic around so everyone can hear you guys.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Pretty loud?
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you.
Great. And do you have a timer going? Just hold 5 minutes.
We're doing 10 and 10.
10 and 10 now. Oh,
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. I will. I'll stay under for you. I want to get you ahead of schedule. All right, so I'll start with a brief introduction. Our company is Rosetta & Company. My name is Taylor Nielsen. I do business development for Rosetta & Company. These are the important folks here, so I'll let them introduce themselves individually.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Brian Mendez. I am the district manager over the Orlando area, and I know Taylor's going to go into it in his presentation, but we'll talk about basically the services and management style that you can expect from me.
Hi all, thank you for having us. I am Chico Rivera. I am the Amenity Services Manager for Rosetta. I have, prior to joining Rosetta, I spent 17 years as a regional hotel manager for Intercontinental Hotels Group. So my outlook on all operations are through a lens of service and hospitality. So that's what I contribute to our teams.
Thank you. So as mentioned, Brian is the district manager that we're proposing. You've seen in our proposal for Harmony. Chico would be the amenity service manager overseeing and responsible for all the employees on site throughout the field piece of this scope and the field proposal. So I felt it was important to bring them as, to answer any questions the board has, give you the opportunity to meet them and see who would be responsible for your community should you decide to partner with us. Give you a brief background on Rosetta & Company. We've been in business for about just shy of 40 years now. We're the first community development district management company to be in existence. So, technically we have the most experience in the industry and are proud of that. So with that comes a wealth of knowledge. Currently, we're operating across of 8 different offices throughout the state of Florida. One nearest here is just in the Orlando region. And prior to our proposal creation for this community, we did do an on-site visit with our team. Chico and I specifically were here, wanted to evaluate and understand the property and the dynamics of what you have here. Obviously, this is a very unique and large-scale community. And, based on that, we had 2 observations that I wanted to talk a little bit about today or focus on during our presentation. The first being operational organization. Again, being that this is a community of the size that it is, there's a lot of dynamics at play. And the second is communication. And what I believe being most important for both of those for success is having a management partner that has the tools and the experience to handle both of those components. So the first one, again, is operational organization. We feel that it's very important to have a specifically skill set district manager for a community such as this. This is not a small scale community, and it's not a simple community, right? It's 1,500 plus homes, various commercial elements, various amenity features. That comes with a lot of projects, a lot of coordination, a lot of organization. So Brian is one of our best in the operations aspect. It comes with a lot of skill set in project management. It uses various tools. Some you see in the proposal and the bid forms that we presented you. You'll see some excerpts or clips of some of the software that he uses and things of that nature to be successful in that role. Just recently, last month or the month prior, perhaps, took over another community of very large scale called Solterra Resort from another company that's here this evening, and has been very successful in kind of bringing that back to life from an operations standpoint. There's a lot of ongoing projects that have accumulated and things that have needed to be done, we'll say, and he's come in with his skill set and really prioritized and put all those things in order to continue progress forward for those. So we feel like that's very important and relatable to this community specifically. The other component is the communication, right? So in conversations I have with other communities that are similar to this, that are 1,000 plus homes, it's very difficult to have a solid communication among 3,000 residents, right? And everybody on the same page. So whether that be work orders or closures of facilities or whatever those things are, questions, so on and so forth, you need to have the appropriate tools to do so. So one of the tools that we use is called Enumerate Engage. It's a very strong software platform specifically designed for this purpose and allows anything from maintenance work orders to homeowner questions to there's social elements. You can have classified sections for residents. It's it's all encompassing and allows for everything to be done for communications between residents, between management to residents, vendors, so on and so forth. So very strong tool. There is a slight fee to that. It ranges probably for the size of this community to maybe $300 to $350 a month for the licensing fees, because there is a licensing for all of the residents. It's like 15 cents a door. So like I said, I think that comes to around, $300 a month. Very nominal, for the size of this community and what it's going to serve functionally. So we believe in it very well, and it's been successful in other communities. But that's kind of what I'm talking about as far as the tools and resources to be successful for the community. So with that, I think, our differentiator, again, is tools and experience. I think we bring all the right people and all the right tools. And with that, I'll conclude with any questions you have, and hopefully I'm under the 10 minutes. Oh, well, then I'll just keep going. No. It's called Enumerate Engage. It used to be Enumerate Engage. Yeah, it used to be called Neighbor. That was a previous name, but it's a new, if you've heard of that. Very similar to Nextdoor, if you're familiar with Nextdoor, from the social aspect, but also allows us as management to send out push notifications and do all the communication requirements to get people informed of what's going on in the district.
Microphone.
One of the things that was in your proposal was talked about sending out emails to the community, and we can't do that for a CDD. So I wanted to, I assume that just slipped in there.
You can, but obviously those records are public, right? So you would want to have people register, accordingly.
Well, right. I mean, but yeah, okay. But if using the app though is totally okay, right?
Yes, they can use an app.
Because would be a better way to do it anyway, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, and to clarify, any sunshine laws would still apply, of course, but the idea is that the district can broadcast information to residents on behalf of district management, on behalf of the board.
Yeah, like if there was the pool was going to close for a couple hours.
Bingo.
Right, okay, okay.
Yeah, residents would have to opt in for those communications, of course. But the idea is that everybody can be contacted in their preferred means. Nowadays, it's very much push notifications, things on their mobile devices versus the email that they just throw into the spam folder.
Okay. I guess I had the idea that we weren't supposed to do emails, but I guess that's probably because we didn't ask people to opt in is probably.
There's an opt-in component, and there's also, again, the fact that it will be a public record if the CDD has that
Right.
information.
Right. Okay, all right, very good.
Doesn't mean it can't be done, though.
I got a couple of questions. So we had these, these task 1A, task 1B, and task 1A, and I guess you guys didn't fill them all in, and some of them had scope will need to be discussed. Was there a reason why they weren't filled in?
Yeah, our proposal is really the one size encompasses the scope of the RFP, including all of the field components and positions that were asked for. I think some of the other ones were requesting things such as leaf collection on the streets. We don't know what that looks like as far as required hour. I mean, we'd be throwing a dart at the wall to say that, we'll do it for 30 grand or 130 grand, all the leaves or some of the, you know what I mean? So I think there's other avenues that can be explored to solve some of those things. Landscaping companies are typically used for something that is of that work scope and can be added into contract, or we can hire somebody as well. Is that want to be one full-time person that drives around on a mowing machine or a blower, or it just has to be discussed more of what the scope is and what's necessary. So what we proposed is the staffing model that we have, and we feel confident with that. But that other aspect that you mentioned, there was the leaf blowing and there was something else.
There was the RV storage lot that we're looking to open back up. So
again, I don't know if that's something that you want to have manned for certain hours, or if we're just overseeing, a lockbox, or what is the extent of that scope? Are we monitoring it, renting it, cutting keys? We would need a lot more information to put a solution together that we would want to stand behind and tell you is successful, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Going to your manpower stuff, you got one manager, 3 full-time and 1 part-time. 2 questions. Does your field service manager, which is, I guess, Chico here, does he work? And then also, we currently have 1 manager and 5 full-time employees. So if there was a lack of work that we needed to pick up, would you guys supply more manpower?
The cost that we have would be this specific manpower. Chico, I don't know if you want to elaborate on it as the amenity service oversight, but.
A big part of our proposal was the visit that the visit to the site that we took, and I think we're pretty confident that what we're proposing, the entirety of the scope of work can be done. I think the model that we present, or what I expect from our teams on site, are structured, effective. So with that said, though, we do a 60-day labor analysis to make sure that what we have proposed and what we have on the ground is meeting the requirements, and then from there we can have further solutions. But we're confident that what we proposed fulfills without leaving just an excess of hours out there.
Okay. Yeah, we have a very old community. It's going on 20 years and things are needing a lot of TLC. So I know you guys walked the premises and did your evaluation, but I just want to make sure you guys know the ask that we're asking.
Yeah. And to that point, like you said, we do our due diligence as best as possible, right? We go through the scope, we site visit, we walk the grounds physically on our feet and understand it as best as possible. But again, until we work here, it's impossible to be 100% confident, right? Because we don't know exactly what all your expectations are, the nuances. We've done our very best to forecast that, but we do follow up with a review at the 60-day mark and ensure that, we're conducting a labor analysis to see what's being done is being done in the most effective way possible, with the best allocation of resources, and go from there to make any minor adjustments or tweaking that are necessary, or talk about the leaf, scope and things of that nature that you'd like to potentially add.
So follow-up question. If you guys did your 60-day analysis and then, year 2 comes around and you needed more workers, then that would obviously impact your numbers going forward, right?
Yeah, if there was more labor to be done, or, the board wanted to add additional scope items, then yes, that would impact it for sure.
You guys bid both district management and field management, and I'm just curious if there's any sort of discount if you're awarded both.
Yeah, if I could, just to clarify, I don't think the board should be asking for anything related to the formal RFP that's there. It's really just a question of, if there's some economies of scales that can be accomplished on the district management side. I just want to make that clarification.
All right, thank you.
What was the inquiry?
Yeah, well, so with you guys potentially doing both the management and the field services side, if there's any economies of scale, as Mike mentioned, that would affect any of the separately quoted numbers for those two services.
Sounds like he didn't want me to answer that right now.
Yeah, just if I could clarify again, I don't think any board member is asking for an adjustment to the price that's been publicly bid. That's not what's going on. The question was on the district management side, which is not required to be competitively bid and will be a negotiation, whether or not there's any negotiation room on the price for district management services. I think that's what the question is.
I would be able to confer and come back with a negotiation if you all wanted to move forward. I don't have a number in mind. We've proposed what we feel like is fair. But if that was, a sticking point, I'd be happy to come back and get on the phone with our vice president and see if there's something that we could do, perhaps, 5 or 10% off of the district management services in a bundle, incentive.
Are you familiar with our boats and on the lake, and we have all the boats that the residents can take
Yes, and the
out?
dock.
Hmm.
Yes, and the docks there.
Okay, so you're familiar, and that's all
There.
built in here, and
Yes.
you're capable of handling all that? Okay.
Yes, we've accounted for that in our staffing model.
Okay, and you have people that know how to grind sidewalks?
That know how to grind sidewalks. We would be hiring specifically for this role. So
Oh, okay.
we would hire with the scope that is built into your RFP, and we would source people locally here that are able to do those certain
Okay.
skill sets.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And we've taken those market labor rates into consideration for this area. We know that this is a somewhat secluded region. And we realize that when we put our labor models together, that we're going to need to be able to attract talent. So we did plan accordingly for salaries and compensation for those roles.
Okay, all right. And how about the, on the lakes, the ponds and the, on that? And of course, it said here to be outsourced to an aquatic services provided. Since you've toured Harmony, do you have a wild guess as to how much that would be?
I don't want to put numbers out there for that. But I can tell you that it is very much, industry standard that it's more cost effective and better service to hire specific companies that are able to do those functions. And that will also kind of, that will come to light even more so as you get to some expensive repairs due to the aging of the ponds and the stormwater systems, as you need dredging and as you need, things that require specialty equipment and bank repairs and things of that nature.
We hire people for that, but
Right.
One of our field staff takes care of it right now, though. It's
All of the
included.
treatments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we would not,
Okay.
I mean, we have,
Oh,
a-
I was just
we have a-
curious how much it is, because we
Sure.
need to, for our budget, we need to add that, in.
yeah, I couldn't say. So
What's our time, Jennifer? Okay. Well, I mean, that kind of plays in my question. In the proposal, you guys mentioned that you have aquatic inspection and services in-house.
we do.
How would that, I mean, could you, when I saw that and when we had the management proposal at our last meeting, I took that to mean, oh, they have in-house aquatic service they might be able to be. So can you give us a little more clarity?
Absolutely. So what our inspection service teams do on the aquatic and the landscape side is they come in and do quality assessments. So they'll do monthly inspections and reporting so that you can evaluate the performance of your vendor, but they're not performing the work. So he is aquatic certified for weed control. He knows what he's looking at and they're educated professionally for those functions, but they're not coming out and spraying the algae and putting chemicals into the lakes.
Okay, my next question, with the references that you guys gave in the proposal for field services, it's showing excellent growth and everything. All of those were contracts starting in 2025. Can you just give a couple of examples of districts that you've had a long-term field service relationship with?
Yeah, do you want to do that or?
Yeah, I think.
With the microphone. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's well over 20 at this point. Triple Creek we've been at for several years. Panther Trails we've been at for, I don't know, a decade, maybe longer than I've been here. I'm just naming ones that I've personally worked with. K-Bar Ranch too, we've been there for several years. Again, I haven't prepared for that question, but I can assure you that there's
okay
significant amount.
1 minute.
Okay, yeah, one more. So in the response to the question about having your services ended, numerous of these were occurring with the shift from a developer-run CDD to a builder or a resident-run CDD. What can you say to reassure us that you're going to be a good fit for us, which has been a resident-run CDD for over a decade now?
I would say the majority of our districts are resident run. Yours in particular are two that are still very much majority resident boards. So we are very versed in that. I think that what you're inquiring on is when we've been terminated from communities and relationships, it has been in conjunction with the developer turnover to residents. And what often occurs in that scenario is residents take over the board and have control of the community, and there is an animosity or a distrust with the developer, and they tend to clean house. And that's what ends up happening is they assume that the vendors have an allegiance to the developer. They may be suing. There's various, several instances where they may be suing the developer or asking the developer to come rectify something or other. And being the district management that was brought in with the developer, there is the inherent perception that our allegiance is to the developer, not to the residents. And that's not true, but that is the perception. And that applies to district councils and district engineer and district management, in conjunction all together. So.
Yep. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. Sure.
Do we have any other questions for Rosetta? Probably about out of time. So.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate it.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah, we were taking a couple of minutes between each presentation here. If a board member needs say a 2 or 3 minute recess while PFM comes into the room.
a little more clarity on that, but it's not to like our field. Yeah. Bless you.
Well, except that it all.
Oh, so they're gonna be. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'll put them 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. The other one's got 10 and 10 to talk about both.
Right.
Hi, Mullen. Nice to meet you. Good, we're Mullen. Nice to meet you.
All right, I'll sit down.
Hi, Lynn Mullen. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Oh, wow. You're got one of these? Did I get one or just? Oh, do this. Lynn?
Do you need more?
She.
She has one.
Oh,
There we
okay.
go.
Thank you.
And then did you have a board member that's not here?
Yeah, but she'd probably show up. It's open house at school tonight.
Okay, so should I put one here for her?
I'm Lynn Mullen.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, a little.
It's okay. What?
Lynn. Oh. Okay. I said Mullen this time.
No.
Girl. Dan, on this one, since the other ones were combined, you're getting 10 and 10. Do you want to give like, get that?
Oh, she's
5
in
and
her
5, then over their stuff, and the other one 5 and 5, so they're separated.
I'd say 5 and 10. I mean, treat them as independently, but yeah, okay.
And there's one more document that I want to make sure that you guys have. This is a snapshot of all the companies that provided the district management services pricing. So it's the ability for you to, at a glance, to see, what they came in at, okay?
What would you guys like?
Okay, yeah, so we have a handheld microphone we've been passing back and forth. There's some chairs, or you guys can just stand in front of the board here. Watch your step coming across, but if let's see, if you guys feel it's fair, we gave the other vendors 10 minutes to present, and then 10 for a question and answer, since they were doing both management and field services. If you guys are doing just management, 5 minutes sound good, and then 10 minutes Q&A. That sound fair, or you guys want 10 minutes to?
If it's easier for you guys to combine it, we certainly can do that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's 10, the floor is yours. You have as much as 10 minutes, and then let's be fair. Yep.
Guys, move out to this. Lynn, you want to?
Oh, okay. Good evening. Thank you for letting us be here. My name is Brent Wilder. I'm a managing director. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize we were addressing. Well, hey, everyone. Brent Wilder, managing director and shareholder, one of the owners of PFM. Delighted to be here supporting our team. My main job is to make sure that the folks in the district management business, which is the part of the business I oversee, has the resources that we need. So as you may have seen in there, we're celebrating 50 years this year of doing really one thing, and that is to serve state and local governments, including special districts such as yourself. That's why we were formed. That's what we do. We made the decision a few years ago to specifically get into the district management business via acquisition in 2019. So we bring over 20 years of experience specifically in the district management space. We are independently owned. We do not have outside investors like some of our competitors. That means folks like myself make the decisions, and all decisions are made locally as well for our business. So it's independent, locally owned. We also made a strategic decision a few years ago to consolidate and focus on the core competencies of what we do. We used to do within PFM field services and all the things that you're seeking to serve the community. We made the decision with Vivian's leadership a couple of years ago, let's focus on the things we're really good at on the district management space and partner with folks like Berman that are very good in that space, so our clients get the best of both of those It's been extremely well received, several engagements with this partnership in just the last few months. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Vivian Lynn, to tell you more about the district management space.
Thank you. As Brent mentioned, my name is Vivian Carvalho. I'm one of the Senior District Manager in Business Development within PFM. And I was part of that acquisition that occurred back in 2019. So I have several years of experience. But I wanted to focus today with you guys the reasons why we feel that we set apart from our competitors and why we would be good for the decision-making today with Harmony CDD. First is a lot of the district management companies, and as you guys notice in the proposal, have the same several components, right? District management, accounting, the typicals. And I noticed that one of the board members, not quite sure who, when I logged in at the last meeting, stated, I took a different approach. A board member stated that instead of looking at what they did good, they looked at what potentially could do better. And one of the things is we really strive on not just necessarily on how many accounts we get, but to be a win-win situation for both us and that relationship that we're building with the clients. In addition, when you review the proposal, you'll notice that there's several of our teams that are more than 5 to 20 years of experience that are going to be part of the district. You're going to have a full range of individuals involved. We take the decentralized approach, when we manage the community, and we want to focus on what is best for that client and the needs. Those are the key elements. Another thing I wanted to point out is that as districts, we don't think about volume, but we think about longevity and stability with some of those clients that we serve. We are here to be with you guys in the long run. So those are some of the key factors that I would say takes us apart from our competitors. Now I'm going to pass it on to Lynn, who's going to kind of go over a little bit about her as an individual, but then also what she will bring to the table when it comes to managing your community.
Hi guys, as I stated, I'm Lynn Mullins. I'm going to potentially be your district manager and hope I get to serve you guys moving forward. I work with a various number of clients from mixed use to resident boards. I bring a comprehensive understanding behind the scenes from logistics to leadership. Currently, I work beside Berman with another neighboring district that roughly runs 26,000 acres. And together we've built an unmatched partnership known for our rapid response time and our ability to address resident concerns with efficiency and care. So I work very well with them. My portfolio includes residents, as I stated. I've taken most of my residential districts from inception, from being developer and transitioning over to residents. So I have that full understanding of how to make it flow, how to get you guys what you need and in a quick and decent amount of time. And in addition to my leadership, I just wanted to know that we have a dedicated team supporting you guys. So not only will you get myself, we have an assistant district manager, a district accountant, and an admin professional that will work specifically every time on your district. We don't transfer it around. They will be present. So if I'm here, Blake is actually my assistant district manager. He'll be in the background, able to run things, keep them moving forward for me and for Harmony moving forward so we don't miss a step. We're genuinely excited about this opportunity to build a long-lasting partnership, and we hope that Harmony will consider us moving forward.
We're going to pass it over now to Berman. Hello?
Okay. So first and foremost, thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Stella Miller. I'm the Business Development Manager at Berman. Samantha Scher now, she is our Executive Vice President, and we're excited to share more about Berman with each and every one of you and share how Berman can help the Harmony community. We are local. We're close to the community. We're in the Lake Nona area where we're most recognized for our work there, where we maintain and manage all 17 square miles of the community. Although we are headquartered in Lake Nona, we do cover the whole entire state of Florida. And we actually go outside of Florida for certain clients. But we are a property and facility management and services company. So we have our various divisions that perform the work, everything from property and facility management to landscaping, janitorial, amenities, security, maintenance, as well as various ancillary services. So essentially, we provide everything that you would need to properly maintain a community. So with that being said, I will tell you that one of our biggest differentiators, one of our biggest assets, and really a key to our success, it's our employees. We learned a very long time ago that in order to be successful in this business, our employees had to be happy. And so we take great pride in hiring great people. We train them well, we pay them well, and we treat them extremely well. Why? Because all of our years that we've been in business, it's been proven if our employees are happy, it's going to show in the work they perform. If it shows in the work they perform, guess what? Our communities, our board, the residents are going to be happy. And if they're all happy, then we continue our partnership together. So our employees, they take great pride in what they do. They're passionate about what they do because they know they're supported and they're appreciated and they're genuinely happy in their roles. And it's that same pride and dedication that I'm speaking of that has benefited the communities in which we serve. And it's the driving force to our success in these communities. It's kind of that team-driven culture that really shapes those strong and lasting partnerships that we look to build. So everyone at Berman, our focus is really building long partnerships with our communities. And so in saying that, I will tell you that if your community is looking for a company that claims to be the largest with a long list of CDDs that they once served but no longer do for various resources, I'll be the first to tell you that is not our company. And with much due respect, ladies and gentlemen, those are not the things that properly maintain a community. And I'm sure you've experienced that. But the good news is, if you are looking for a company to build a partnership with, one that focuses and believes in quality, responsiveness when it comes to maintenance requests and repairs, builds trust through open and honest communication, making sure that the board and the proper individuals are all informed, believes in cost transparency, the value of customer service, making sure that the residents here on site feel welcome, and following the guidelines and procedures set forth by the board, all those little details that are often missed when communities hire these large companies and they often become a number. If those details are important to you and your community, we would love to partner with you. We take more of a personalized approach, which is why we partner with great like-minded companies such as PFM, where we share the same vision, the same values, the same attention to detail, but most importantly, the respect for partnership and the respect for the communities. So our relationship that we have built has done nothing but benefit the communities that we serve together. We both have a community first type mindset or approach in which we prioritize what's best for the residents, what's best for the communities, in order to serve them well. And that has really resonated with a lot of the boards and a lot of the communities in which we have served. In addition to our partnership with PFM, we have a dedicated team that we will assign to your community. They will be here on site with our various divisions and our years of experience. We can also offer additional support on a moment's notice.
Okay, yep. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
that's been 10.
Thank
No,
you.
that's good.
Yep.
No, perfect. Now it's been 10 minutes. So yeah, let's open the floor to questions. And I make sure I announce it right. So this is PFM that is here for the management, and I mean they're separate bids, and we can they're to be considered separately. But Berman is here for the field service.
Okay.
Yes.
In looking at this, you have an app that we can see the projects that are being worked on and all that. I thought so, remote admin support. And log resident contacts into the computer-based tracking system. So that is something where our residents can, sorry, I know I don't talk.
No, that's
right
fine.
into this thing, can keep track of what's going on and whatnot. Is that an app that we can also notify them? Let's say if the pool is going to close down for a couple hours or something? Okay. Is that included in the price?
Yeah.
Okay.
Software is included that we use for field services.
Microphone.
All of the software is included in all pricing for all field service apps, residents, complaints, requests, tracking, information, e-blast, all of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Question on the manpower, what you guys propose. You have one manager, 3 full-time. I think you added a lifeguard in there, and then 1 part-time. Does your district manager also do maintenance work as part of his role as a manager, or is he just physically just managing the guys on site?
So the goal is to have somebody from maintenance or that can do like a facility attendant will be able to do light work and pick up on some minor repairs. Your maintenance tech will be able to do your full service bulk of it. And then your managers oversee that and be doing the inspections and be able to prep them and assign work to them and track it. If there was an emergency or something, they could probably handle light issues, but the goal is that you always have at least a manager and a maintenance/facility person that can handle clogged toilets, light bulb out, tree limb in the middle of the road, something like that, at 7 days a week.
And you guys were actually the lowest bidder of the other 3. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, Mike, but so I just want to make sure that you guys know the scope of Harmony. It's a 20-year-old community. Currently, we have 5 full-time guys on site, and we have a manager that also does maintenance work as well. So if there were to be more work to be done, would you guys add more people to support that, or how would that work with cost basis?
Yeah, I mean, Stella came out here with our our general manager who oversees all the services, and they drove around. I mean, they looked at the scopes based on what we've seen in other communities. That sounds a lot. I mean, you'd have to have probably 200 to 400 requests a week to support that many people, but maybe you do. I'm confident with this, we could. We also have our like rate sheets. If there was extra work that needs to be done, hurricane cleanup, we commit those pricing to you as part of the contract. So if there was a project or something, our goal would be to bring in somebody to supplement that, or at least do it with the labor we have.
And you also, it says plus required, so that would be extra, and it's not real, we don't need a lifeguard, so.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
listed, so that's what we just put a pricing
It
in
just,
there.
right,
Yeah.
but that price doesn't include a lifeguard, that
No,
said
that
plus,
was just-
right, and
yeah.
we don't use the lifeguard.
Okay.
But we do want pool attendant and someone to close the pool every night, but I think you covered that.
Yeah,
in
that's what the
part-time
facilities
part,
attendant or
yeah.
maintenance tech would.
And so, the other thing I was impressed with is, you're willing to pick up our leaves?
Yeah.
And
Gotta keep the roads clean. I mean, we assign, daily tasks, they have checklists, and that's all part of that program. You'll see a report at the end of the month, everything they do.
That's
the
a bone of contention in this
Yeah.
neighborhood, because people don't want to have to do their own yards, and then the roads are a mess, and then the storm drains,
Yes.
and what I'm talking about. So, and then, I also wanted to touch on, you listed, security, that you're able to assist us with security.
Yeah, we have an entire security company.
Okay,
Vermin
so we
Security
could
is part of
talk
it.
about that, after, if
Yes.
we hire you, we could, go into another scope of service. Okay. I think that was my only question there. I just wanted to clarify the lifeguard thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We should probably finish up with Berman and then switch over to PFM.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
they're still, they're separate bids, and the sequence is we have to select the field services first, since that's the competitively bid.
Understood.
But then, so I mean, that's,
Okay.
ask your question.
So for PFM, do you guys have an app for financials to review for the boards, or any type of those software to?
Yes, we do. I think we noted in the actual proposal,
Okay.
there is Sigma, which is where the financial statements are actually produced. But then there's a new app and program that board members, and I would say typically the chair, the vice chair, will have access in conjunction, with the accountant and the district manager. It's a accounts payable program. So what that is that there are certain contractual obligations that occur that you will not have a situation, those get bottlenecked. They will go into the system, it'll get approved, and then process payment. And then at subsequent meeting, the board will ratify the action of those payment applications, or authorization, I should say. So it is a very seamless and efficient, effective way that now we've incorporated probably close to a year now in place.
Okay. Berman, so the proposal mentioned in-house landscaping capabilities. Do you guys work with United on any other contracts?
Yeah, so we work with, we have a very friendly relationship with most of competitors. We see all the Cipras, the Land Cares, the Brightviews, the United on all of them. So we either end up competing against each other or we end up managing them. So they're used to, as part of us coming in, even if it's not listed here, our landscape and irrigation manager reviewing the MI inspections every month. They're reviewing, a monthly drive-through with the GM to make sure that everything's up to standards.
Right. I mean, there's already an
Yeah.
existing, field service already interacts with the landscaper
Yep.
a lot. Just as wanted to get some clarity on what that would look
Yep.
like.
So for PFM, you gave us this nice detailed spreadsheet of all the proposal and costs. Can you elaborate on the increases from 26 to 27 to 28, and you guys end up at the top at 28? What drove those price increases?
Generally just cost of living adjustments that we put in to contracts. We think it's, I don't want to run a business where we're not paying our people more every year. I don't think you want those people working for you. So we try to build those in. It was, I think we made clear in the proposal, those things are all negotiable. It's a committee of one here who gets to make those decisions. So if those there's some things there that you would like adjusted for us to consider, we can give you a very quick response to that.
Microphone.
It looks like it's pretty much you went 3% a year increase.
Usually 3 to 5 is
Yeah.
indicative.
Yeah.
And then follow-up question is, I know you guys haven't been involved in CDDs much. What was your, I guess, motivation to start taking over community development districts from other state and local governments?
Yeah, so we'd always been on the debt side, right? So the one that we work with in the state that everyone usually knows or familiar with are the villages, right? So we started doing all their bond work when I joined the firm back in 2009. Interestingly, Tavistock was another, thank you, another developer to ask us to do that. And so we kept getting involved more in that. We had the client relationships and it was a natural extension of that business. So I went to my partners, I think originally in 2018, said we should consider this. My partners agreed. We met a great partner in the Fishkind group. They had a nice portfolio that was very complementary, a lot of the same clients. So we got officially into that business in 2019. And as Vivian mentioned, a lot of experience that came with that. We're fortunate that we've kept the majority of our colleagues from that transition.
And then I guess a question for Liv and Vivian, are you guys locally somewhere? Where's your office at?
Yep, we're in East Orlando. So I service Osceola County. I have 26,000 acres roughly down the road. So I am 45 minutes away. I can jump in the car. As I stated, I work with Lake Nona and Berman on 5 other districts. So it's just right down the road for us.
Okay. Joe, Julie, have any other questions for?
Nope, I answered all mine. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So PFM and Berman, thank you very much for the information.
Thank you for letting us
If you
present together.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
If you guys could send SDS, so we'll be fine. Thanks, Lynn. Yep. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you.
GMS, yeah, we withdrew their. They're here. Yeah, SDS is here. Yep. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a handheld microphone you guys can pass back and forth. And yeah, we have these chairs or stand up here.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
Thanks for having us. I understand we've got 10 minutes and then 5-minute question and answer.
10 and 10.
10 and 10. All right. I won't need the whole 10 for the first part of it. My name is Frank. I'm with Special District Services. I'm in supervisors of all the district managers for SDS. This is Miss Stephanie Brown. If you decide to go with SDS, she will be the district manager assigned to your district out here at Harmony. You've seen our proposal. As with any of the proposers that are here, they have the technical background and skills to do the job. We were asked or recommended to talk to you about people and communication, so we'll just jump right into that. I'll let Stephanie just give you a brief introduction and then I'll take it back from here.
As he said, I'm Stephanie Brown, and we're based out of the Tradition office in Port St. Lucie. I assist Frank with several districts, from all the way from Brevard County all the way down to Martin County.
Thank you. So let's talk about people. When you have a district manager such as Stephanie, you're not just communicating or dealing with Stephanie. As with any large firm, we've got over 40 folks. We have a deep back office. So when Stephanie is talking about putting board packages together, you may be talking to Stephanie, she's talking to Tricia, and she's talking to Laura to make sure the publications are getting done. If we're dealing with anything in finance, we're talking to Jeff Walker, our finance director, or our CPA, Andrew Carmaris. When we're talking about communications going down or websites going down, we're talking with Ty, Gabrielle. So we have depth of individuals to cover and then recover for individuals, so that while she may be the face that you see, even if she's out, and Stephanie's going to take a vacation. So even if she's out, I will be your secondary district manager. So you'll see my name on most of the communications between you and Stephanie, just so that I know what's going on and can be apprised to be able to take and step in if needed. Let's talk communication. Typically, with a board, and I'm sort of talking about Avenir, about the size of this, the majority of the communications that our experience has been either you'll pick up the phone and you'll call us directly, you'll have our cell numbers, so you can do that, or email. Our internal turnaround clock on emails is when you send an email to a district manager, you should have a reply within 24 hours. If it's on a Friday, it might get kicked to Monday. Usually it's not. But if you call us, we will pick up the phone and we will return your call, no matter when it is. And I say that because having gone through several emergency instances in districts. In Fellsmere in 2023, we had severe flooding. We have street lights down in the Tradition complex, and those calls will come to usually the district manager or to you as board members at any time of day, 24/7. So I have been on site trying to work with a wrecking crew to move street lights out of district-owned properties in the middle of the night. That's just part of what we do. So in communication, you'll have a primary with Stephanie. You may find that you really like talking to Jeff about the finances of the district because you speak finance really well, and so does Jeff. So that's not to say that you're going to be discouraged from talking with anybody in SDS, but you will always have a main point of contact. That's people, that's communication. And now I'm going to speak for myself personally. So I came to SDS. I was actually kind of recruited by Todd, which made me feel good. But I come from a long history of working in public service, military, clerk of the courts in Brevard County, and then with the IRL Council with the National Estuary Program. I love what I do. And no matter what firm you choose, make sure at least someone loves what they do because I get to work with a group of professionals who want to be there. And we've set up systems at SDS to make sure that we weed out anyone who doesn't need to be there. It's critical for us. We're about 42 people with all the districts we run. We can't have employees who either don't qualify, don't get it, or don't want to be there. So we're really happy with the mix of staff and employees that we have now. I will say that we get along well with most of the professionals for most of the districts that we do manage. I think your attorneys with Kutak Rock, we have multiple districts with Kutak Rock. If you didn't have him, you may have Billings Cochran, you may have Lewis Longman and Walker. So we work with a really good group of attorneys. I'm not sure who your engineer is yet. Haven't met them, but we do have good networks and working relationships. And that's about it. If there's anything that didn't get covered in the proposal, happy to answer questions about that. But just make sure if I were sitting in your seat and I were your current district manager, I would be advising you, don't choose a district manager. Let the process do it for you. You've each got rankings. You've each got your own idea about what's important. Let your rankings speak for you individually, put them together and come up with a good one. And that's all I have to say. And happy to answer any questions about what we can offer you. And you don't have to have a question.
We're also filling field services. And so that's the dilemma because we've heard so much tonight now and just sort them all out, you know.
So if I understand the current makeup, your field services and your district management is all provided by the same firm.
Yes.
So if I was that firm, I would say, well, you gain efficiencies by doing that because you have everything under one umbrella. But if I'm SDS and we just do district manager, I would say, put on a different hat and take a look at splitting these two out for the simple reason that you haven't done that before. Give yourself an opportunity to have a little bit more check and balances. And I'll say this, if your field services is the area where in your mind, you would like to see the most improvement. And I only say that because in my experience, that's been what it is. We want a better community. We want better grass. We want trees off of things. We want better everything, infrastructure. If that's the case, allow yourself the opportunity to be able to say, we're going to split these out. My district management side of the house is doing gangbusters. They're meeting all their deliverables. All the meetings are taking place. We're in the sunshine. We're in compliance. Commission on Ethics is not banging on our door for ethics violations. We're doing great. Even if you have to work on the field management side, at least you've got one part of your house that's doing great. Just think about that. Plus, if your district manager and your field services are two different firms entirely, you have a better opportunity for conflict to be between those two entities. And I say that in a positive way, because if you don't have conflict, you're really not pushing hard enough in a positive way. So, you know, if I'm getting the business from field management because my interaction with them isn't going well, maybe there's an area for improvement. And the same is true the other way around. If I'm your district manager and I'm looking at your contracted services, these folks work for you. They don't work for the district manager, and they're not giving you what you need, then not only is the board going to be able to tell them that, but our team's going to tell them that too. Like, look, guys, get your house in order. Otherwise, we're going to put somebody else in. Kind of think of it in that way. I do understand what you're going in.
Couple questions. Stephanie, could you just give a background on your experience?
Yes, I'm actually an SDS newbie, semi. I'll be reaching 2 years in a few months working for SDS. Prior to working for SDS, I actually was the clerk for the Barefoot Bay Recreation District, and I clerked for them for 4 years. I also was the backup district manager for Barefoot Bay as well. So I handled operations, pretty much every department. As Barefoot Bay operates it's a special district, but it operates more like a municipality. So we did have several departments. We had property management, a golf course, restaurants, a private beach, all of that stuff being managed. So I did do the budgeting process for that. I did work with customer service, renting. We had storage that you rent, place your RVs, things of that nature, as well as code enforcement. Prior to that, I was more on the legal side and worked for the State Bar of Arizona and did some paralegal work for the Y, actually helping domestic violence victims.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Just one other question about financials and budgeting and stuff. We have some complicated stuff with we have bonds and stuff. So can you guys just give us what SDS provides from a financial and budgeting perspective?
Sure. So, and you could probably just follow along in the financials that you have in front of you from your current district manager. If the form and format of what you're receiving today is sufficient, we can modify our standard format template. Sometimes districts, especially large districts such as yourself, want to see a little bit more detailed information. And I'll give you, for instance, if you have a 5-year capital plan and you would like to see that side by side with your current plans, we can do that. Let's just talk district finances on the regular O&M side of the equation first. Like any district, you'll go through, typically, you'll go through a budget workshop, then you'll have proposed budget, then you come back for final, and then after your fiscal year wraps up, you've got 60 days to do your final amended budget. So if that's the way you normally flow, then you're just like quite a few other districts. On the O&M side of the equation, some of the biggest issues that we've run into is making sure that you, the board, is aware of exactly where in each of the line items you stand and what are the items that should be called out for variances. And I'll give you, for instance, stormwater maintenance. It's a large ticket item on many CDDs. We were hit in our tradition district with a couple of long pipe inspections, not budgeted, not accounted for, but things that just come up. So in the next monthly financials, when that variance shows up and it will show up if your financials are provided to you appropriately, then there's going to be some explaining that needs to be done to the board. Why is this line item so much higher? This is not budgeted. Do we have sufficient fund balance, or is this something that needs to be pulled from the capital reserve account that most districts have set up? So if you've had a reserve study for all your district assets, you should have a capital reserve program in place so that you know through time how much you need to assess over and above your standard operating budget in order to account for that capital reserve. And, if everything lands correctly, and it never does, but if everything lands correctly and you start burning through that capital reserve, it should be no surprise to you, the board, or the residents of why and for what those funds were used. So your financials, you should be able to see that on a monthly basis, usually, if you meet monthly. But if not, in some of our districts, I know one for sure, we don't meet every month. The board has asked those financials to be posted online every month. So even though they don't meet, the board, the public, and everyone has that information online. Bonds. Let's talk bonds real quick. That's another element.
Yeah. So
Okay. And I'll be real quick on the bond side of the equation. Typically, the board knows exactly what's going on with bonds. Your community may or may not. They see it as a line item. They may have been told about it in the closing. Maybe it pops up if you go out for new bonds and hadn't hit them yet. And it's important because the majority of the calls that we get from the public related to bonds are, 1, what is this? 2, how much do I owe? And 3, how much is it going to cost me to pay this off now? All of that, if you go to SDS's webpage, our main webpage, the only huge red button you see on that is request CDD debt assessment and bond information. So any member of the public that we cover district-wise can click on that, fill out that information, and usually within 2 to 3 business days, we'll have their answer. Whether it's how much am I assessed? What's left on my bond? How much is it when I pay it off?
That's all right. I had a question and I'm trying to remember. Julie, Joe, do you guys have any? Give me a moment here. It's escaping me. Give me a second. It was the tip of my tongue. Yeah, it is right there. Train of thought derailed.
While he's thinking, I'll tell you a funny story. So my wife and I, with our newborn, I think it was about the first month we decided to step out of the house. We went to just this little park outside. We pulled up, found a bench right by the truck, pulled out the dog food, the dog water, the baby carrier, the baby bag, backup baby bag, and we're all surrounding this bench. And this little Honda pulls up next to us. And this dad steps out and his two kids step out and they each have fishing poles and they dart down to the edge of the water and they're just out there fishing. And the dad walks by and he looks over at us and he looks at me and he goes, "You're first?" So I say that for two reasons. One, I never did that again. And then two, that's SDS. The guy that jumps out that's just there with the kids, with the fishing poles, ready to go as soon as he hits the ground. That's us. No fluff, none of the other extra stuff that we really didn't need, but just a funny story.
Yep, it's not coming to me. So I appreciate the time.
Thank
Stephanie,
you.
Frank, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
both. Appreciate
Good
it.
luck. Good luck. Choose wisely. And just remember, even if you don't choose wisely, you're not stuck with it. Most of these contracts have 30 to 60 days out. If they're not the right fit, get the right fit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we could, at this point, invite, all the proposers back in, for the remainder of the proceedings. I think
Okay.
that would be appropriate and what's typically done. And then before we get into the ranking process of field management, there's a few words I'd like to say, if that's okay.
Okay, as a few words you'd like to say before the vendors come back in or after?
Probably after is probably better so that they can hear the instructions and deliberations.
Okay. Yep. So they're being brought back in. They're funneling back in here. It gives just a couple more minutes. We're bringing the vendors back in, and now the assistant chair is getting a drink. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we have a couple, we have all the vendors back in the room, but we have a couple board members still away. So we'll give us just a couple more minutes. Oh, are we ready? Oh, hey. All right, let the record show Supervisor Cornell has arrived. Yeah, my open house was yesterday, so yeah. Yeah. All right. All right, so call the meeting back into order. Mike, we have representatives from Rosetta, SDS, Berman, PFM, and Vesta all have returned. So we're ready to hear your instructions.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I just want to thank the proposers that put together the proposal and made the effort to come in today. You have very qualified companies in front of you, and I think that's good news for the district. And again, it's a lot of work they put into it, so just want to thank them. A couple things for the board. The next step that we have on the agenda is ranking the proposals for field management and maintenance services. So we are not dealing with the issue of district management services at this point in the agenda, which means you should not consider the district management fees and you shouldn't consider any district management proposals in your deliberations for the field management. Even if you have a desire to do so, you should refrain from doing that. The second thing I would say is you each have a score sheet that I provided to you that you will use based on the evaluation criteria this board already approved. The price points are dictated by a mathematical formula, and so we have those already available for the board, and I'll go ahead and read them into the record for the board. And then after that, the board should have some discussion if the board wants to, but the board should refrain from saying, hey, this is my favorite, let's adjust the scoring to get to my favorite, because that's not how this works. How this works is you'll have to fill out the score for each cell, for each category, for each proposer. And then we will, I would suggest at this scoring that rather than just have one board member try to propose scores and see if everybody else agrees, I would suggest that the individual board members fill out their score sheet at this meeting and then pass it to the chair, and then the chair can calculate those scores. So again, let's just keep it separate from the district management part of it. I will read the total cost that we had in the scores, just so everybody knows. Hold on just a second. So Vesta would get 32.82 out of 40 points. Berman would get 40 out of 40 points. And Rosetta and Company would be 35.05. Understand that there were different man hours that are included in those proposals. That can be scored in the other categories in terms of how you feel about that. But all of the professionals have visited the site, and that's what they believe you need, which is how we wrote the RFP. So the total cost, just so the board has it, and I've already provided it to you, for Vesta, it was $1,269,221.27, and that was for 3 years. For Berman, it was $1,043,586.19. And then for Rosetta, it was $1,190,785.77. So with that said, I'll be happy to answer any questions the board has about process. But aside from that, it would be up to the board to start your discussions, and then if you have no discussions and you want to fill out your individual score sheets, and then we can pass them to the chair and we can add them up. And then finally, once we get to this, the motion I'm going to be asking you to approve is a motion to approve the ranking and to authorize staff to prepare and the chair to execute a contract with the #1 ranked proposer. And in the event we cannot agree on a contract with the #1 proposer, that authorization would include going to #2 with the same authority. And if we can't get an agreement with #2, then going to #3 with the same authority. And we don't have another meeting scheduled before Infomark is going to be leaving. So there's going to be some authorizations I'm going to be asking the board for later on today to account for that fact. So with that said, you've heard too much from your attorney, so I'm going to be quiet and leave you to it.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Lucas, I know he doesn't have his laptop with him, but he's taken crib notes from mine with the categories and everything. Does everyone else have access to the table of criteria that we agreed on for? All right, Joe and Julie both have that. So is there, and apologies, Brittany, you missed all the presentations, but hopefully you were able to review some of the materials. Is there any discussion we want to have prior? Again, not going over our favorites or our rankings. That's what we put onto the impartial scoring sheet, but just any other points of clarification or questions we have to discuss with each other before we do our individual scoring.
I think I've got it. I'll probably have a question after we start, but for right now, I think I'm okay.
Okay. Brittany, Julie, Lucas, yep. Yeah, Mike.
So I guess I got a question for Mike. So do we just go by category, and do we just flip our cards over and be like, hey, this is what I got? Or do we just, we all decide on one company first and then go through the
no, so for each of these categories, you have a maximum number of points.
Right.
And so like was done just mathematically for the price, you say all of them were 15 out of 15, except for one was only 14 out of 15. If that's how you score it, you have this, the criteria is how they will be compared, that we set apart and advertised in advance, so everyone's in agreement on that. Now it's for us to, on each of those criteria, put our own ranking based on the presentations, based on the materials that were given to us, any other research or references we've checked, and then put those numbers on, and then they will come to me to be tallied and scored and ranked that way.
Okay.
Yeah, and just one point on that, and it's a good point, is you may find, for example, that each person score was equal in a category. You are not required to give them different points just because, you know, we're trying to rank them. At the end of the day, their total score will be the ranking. But for example, you may find that references, everybody checked out well and everybody gets a 10. You know, that's okay. You don't have to do like 10, 8, 9 or something like that. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, do we have any other questions before we get underway with marking down our rankings? Okay, I'll ask the gallery to bear with us while we write down our individuals. I mean, if there's any deliberation we want to do, I mean, now's the time. So Joe has one printed out. I have a soft copy on my laptop. I can, yeah, if I can just get it. Well, Lucas doesn't have his laptop. Right. Well, could we just, Lucas, can we just get some extra sheets of paper out of your, nope. Yeah. All right. Well, please bear with us. Thank you, everybody. So there's going to be. Yeah, there'll be, we're coming up with 12 numbers. So there's 3 field service providers, 4 categories that aren't already filled in. We fill in those numbers and then they'll be scored.
Julie wasn't here last month, so I was explaining to her why we had to do the 2 separate.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'm done mine. So as you complete, you can go ahead and just pass them down. Won't affect my rankings. And once I have all 5, I will go ahead and tally them up.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, what we'll have to do is calculate the averages of the 5 and then add the price to it.
Right.
Otherwise it would be skewed differently.
Right.
So. And I also have a spreadsheet that's up here that has each board member's name, and I can punch in scores too, if that would help you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I was just going to do it on my laptop here, but
That'll work.
we can do it. Or I mean, if it needs to be on the record, correct?
Yeah, all the score sheets are public records, and we'll keep those. We just want to make sure that, you know, we've double checked the math.
Okay. I'll tally them here, but then I'll read them off to you so you can verify. Thank you for bearing with us. We're almost done. All right. I believe we have our scores, Mike.
Okay. Can you maybe just we can run through with Vesta how they scored in each cell so I could write down that average and then just make sure I got the math.
Okay, but you also need the individual scores, and you need the name of each of those or associated with each of those scores, or
no. So under Vesta for personnel, you should have gotten 5 separate scores. You would add those together and divide by 5, and then that would be the score for that cell.
And for the public record, you need just the average or what the individual scores were?
I just need the average, but the actual score sheets are based on our public records, and those will go in the
Got it. Okay. So for Vesta, the personnel average was 9.4 out of 10.
Okay. And experience?
23 out of 25.
Okay.
References 8.4 out of 10. And scope was 13.2 out of 15.
Okay. Berman personnel?
8.4 out of 10. Experience was 18.4 out of 25. References 8.6 out of 10. Scope was 12.4 out of 15.
Okay. And then Rosetta?
Personnel was 7.4 out of 10. Experience 21.4 out of 25. References 7.4 out of 10. And scope 10.2 out of 15.
Okay. And did you add those up already?
I did, and we have an extremely close final score.
Okay. What are the finals?
For the final, so including the price, 32.82 for Vesta, 35.05 for Rosetta, and 40 for Berman. The final score.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, you lost me there. Oh, for price. I meant the total score. My bad.
The total score for Vesta is 86.82. For Rosetta, 81.45. And for Berman, 87.8. 87.8. So that is by just less than 1 point. Berman first, then Vesta, then Rosetta is our scoring.
Okay. All right. Unless there's any other board member comments, the motion would be to approve the ranking and authorize district staff to negotiate and the chair to execute a contract for field management and maintenance services. With number 1, if we can't get with number 1, we go to number 2. Can't get number 2, go to number 3.
Can we have any discussions about the scoring?
I mean, it needs to remain impartial. I mean, we came up with our.
I'm asking Mike is a valid question.
Yeah, you can have debate on the scoring. You can certainly do that. Certainly, there's not really any debate on the price. But if somebody feels like something is way out of whack and they want to tell the other board members why they think that is, you can do that. Just understand that it's more difficult when we get into those discussions.
It's more of just a statement.
Gee. No, I need to apologize. I wrote on my own scorecard. This isn't me being incompetent. I wrote the totals across the top, and I entered that total into. I don't think it changes the outcome, but it might. Yeah, on the first row.
Well, let's go ahead and make sure we get it corrected, whatever it is, and I'm going to add this math up again if that's okay.
Yeah, it's so close. I need to make sure we're perfect here. Hold on a second. That was Julie, right? Oh, okay. I apologize. I think everything was entered correctly. It's making absolutely sure here. Here's checkout. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. We just want to make absolutely sure we get this right. Right. We have a real-time peer review happening here as well. All right. Mismatch. Minor next. E. Yeah, it was within 1 point. It was extremely close. We got our hanging chads here too. Brittany is. Okay, we've this is close to certified as we can get. The original scores I read out were correct. I apologize for any heartburn I caused people. So I would move to authorize. Let me get the wording right here.
Yeah, approve the rankings and authorize staff to negotiate and the chair to execute a contract for field management and maintenance services for the scope of work that was in the RFP.
Based on the ranking of Berman, followed by Vesta, followed by Rosetta in that order. So moved.
You guys have to second that, right?
Okay. So, I mean, is that a second?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Oh, Julie started talking first. We'll give her the second. I mean, so motion and second on the floor. Is there anything else we need to discuss? We obviously we gave heavy weighting to price, and
that's all I wanted to say. I think there was another company that probably should have won, but we weighted price very highly. at 40%, and there was almost an 8-point swing from one company to the other, and now we're at 1 point of price for performance and experience, but this is what we chose.
Yep.
And this is what we have to approve.
Yep, and what we voted on independent of, as impartially as we could. So all in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you, everybody, and thank you for Berman. We look forward to negotiating. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, if I can get it pulled up here, for authorization to district council to prepare and chairman to execute an agreement. We just did that. Selection of company for district management services and direction of district council to prepare and chairman to execute an agreement for district management. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but I just kind of took from the board discussion that at this point in time, we're not electing any of the alternates that were in the bid. We're just using those for information. And if we want to change the scope of services later, that would be something we would negotiate. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page there.
Yes, that's what the price basis was based on. Was that just the first, the 1A, the base option for all those that were apples to apples across all the proposals?
Correct.
Okay. So then the next item is the discussion for management. All of those proposals were in the last previous meeting's agenda. We got to discuss some of them at that meeting. And now that we have our scoring complete for the field services, we have that to take into consideration with who we want to select through the informal process for the district management role. So I'll open the floor to discussion. Okay, I'll go first. I mean, we heard, definitely, as Mike said earlier, strong cases for each of these companies. They've, worked with each of these companies in different capacities before. My feeling is we're, with Berman having won the ranking for the field services contract, they not formally, but they were kind of partnered with PFM for the management services. It is still a different company. As we discussed, there are instances within the geographic area of multiple of these companies, transitioning from one to another. So it's not something that to say is maybe set in stone as if it were one company doing everything. It is a separate, business entity, but two businesses that did come to us they agreed to come here and present together and kind of present as not a formal partnership. It was still a separate field services bid, and that was scored independently of any management stuff. But given that, I would be partial to considering PFM for the district management role. But again, this is up for us to decide. We had all the presentations last week. I'm willing to hear any other thoughts on the district management role.
Well, last week I said my number one was PFM, and it still is, although I'm very impressed with the others, but PFM just solidified with me. So, but I think we'll be happy with any of them. So if the other board members have other opinions, I'm certainly open to that. I was very impressed with everyone tonight. And I didn't think I was going to be, so that's why I'm saying that.
Julie, Brittany, anything?
She's just like saying everything I was gonna say. Yeah, most definitely, based on the presentations that we were given, of course, you like one better than the other or whatever else, but the in-person, I agree with the PFM and with the Berman.
Yeah, I had Vesta as my top pick. I thought they were very professional, very well experienced, very rounded with both the field service, which is off the table now, but the district manager as well. I thought actually SDS was a more family oriented, small company that I thought would do well with us. They're very personable. That was my second pick. And then I had Rosetta as my third option, which they were very good presenters and had a well-rounded company as well. So those were my top three from 1 to 3.
Yeah, I was, my second was SDS. So if we want to start ranking them out to figure it out, if that helps.
Okay, Brittany? Oh, Mike. There you go.
Okay, so obviously I wasn't here for that first half, so I'm gonna lean on your guys' judgment since I didn't see the presentations. Prior to that, I had Vesta as number 1, Rosetta number 2. So hearing that PFM is a front runner, I'm, obviously disappointed that I didn't make it for that part, but I will definitely lean on your guys' judgment.
I mean, it's all, I think all of us similarly ranked based on the presentations tonight, ranked Vesta the highest, but we had previously agreed and put in the proposal that we're rating the price as 40%. So, I mean, blessing is and a curse. I think the additional staffing that Vesta was showing, I mean, had me convinced that they had the best sense of the scope, but that's we had already set in stone. Here is what our price weighting will be. So I'm like I said, I'm willing to roll with the kind of informal, I'm not sure, a partnership, but that was proposed with PFM coming with Berman. I've been over to the Laureate Park. I mean, it's extremely well kept over there. So there's evidence of them doing a really good job in our local area, keeping public amenities, up and running.
Yeah, I will say, not looking forward or predict anything, but if down the road, if Berman doesn't, provide services that meet our expectations, if we pick Vesta, there's a great opportunity to, collaborate with their field service managements down the road, which I think if we had the price ratings down to where I thought they should be, maybe we'd have picked them. But I'll digress and just say that as an option going forward.
So it sounds like just kind of doing a voice vote here. We have sounds like 3 in favor of giving PFM a try.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and before you actually vote, Mr. Chairman, it would be helpful for the board to go ahead and informally rank them, not using any criteria. But again, the motion at the end of the day, given the time constraints we have, would be negotiate and execute a contract with the number 1 ranked. And if you can't, then go to number 2, then go to number 3, and so on.
Right. Okay, so if we're again informally saying we have a voice vote with PFM as our first choice, you had SDS as your second, Lucas?
Yeah, SDS is my second.
I also had SDS second.
All right. Julie, Brittany, what are your thoughts on, and again, this was, Julie, I know you weren't there at our last meeting. We're very thankful you're recovering, but do we have any other thoughts on the second and third option, just to make sure we have everything lined up to have as smooth a transition as possible?
Oh, my number 1 was Vesta.
Well, for management. Okay. Okay. Well, but I thought we said we had 3 that were in favor of PFM as. Okay, this is where we
district management services only.
Right, but we want to have more than just one choice in case negotiations reach an
Yeah.
impasse, that we can still get something in place before.
Yeah.
So let's just go down the row. Julie, you go first. Rank your 1, 2, 3, and then Joe, you go, and then Brittany, me, and Dan.
I had PFM, Vesta, and SDS.
PFM, Vesta, and SDS. Joe?
PFM, SDS, Vesta. Oh, wait, I think I have Rosetta as number 3. I'm sorry.
Vesta, SDS, and Rosetta.
Rosetta. And then for the record, mine was PFM, SDS, Vesta. So that has 4 first place votes for PFM, 3 second place votes for SDS. Right, but we had 1 first place for Vesta and then 2 second place for Vesta. It's right. Yeah. Okay. And again, this is informal. This isn't a, but are we comfortable with saying that PFM is our first choice, SDS is our second, and Vesta is our third choice?
Yes.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Again, it's informal. It's based on, all right. So I will move to authorize council to, sure I get the wording right, select, prepare, and then for me to execute an agreement for district management services with, in order, PFM, then SDS, then Vesta. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Julie seconded again. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
Nay, okay. Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Chakanis in opposition. The next item on the agenda is hold on a sec. Okay, yeah, yes. So I want to thank everyone from all of the different vendors that came here and presented, and look
Thank you,
forward
guys.
to negotiating with those that we picked, and really appreciate all the effort. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they presented together. Okay. The next business item is out of the frying pan into the fire, the presentation of fiscal year 2026 budget by district management and discussion on any adjustments being made to the budget now that we have, I'd say, preliminary numbers for our new management and field services contracts. For starter, I mean, for starters, we have those adjustments to make to the budget. Then it's up to us as the board to make any other adjustments to line items that we had from the proposed budget a couple months ago to formally adopt and have those become the final numbers for fiscal 2026.
Do you want to give me a moment to go in now that you finalize this and adjust the pricing based on their current pricing? How would you like me to do? I need more direction.
I would definitely like you to make those 2 adjustments for now for the management services and associated line items, and then for the field services.
Sure.
In the meantime, we can, as a board, discuss if there are any other tweaks we wanted to make to the budget. I'll go first. And Jennifer, you're okay working those while we're discussing, and then we'll just.
Yeah, if you all want to discuss, that's fine. But I need to look through this and enter these. So
we won't be telling you what to do. We'll be having our
that's fine.
discussion in
Yeah,
parallel.
feel free to do that. I did want to highlight one thing, Lucas. I know you had several questions about the reserve. So it was at the $1 million mark, and we do have the backup for it, but it has slowly decreased due to alleyway projects and several projects over the past few years. So that 400 roughly K is exactly where it should be. And we do have the backup for it that I can't send you separately, but that number is accurate. I'm not sure where all those other numbers that you had sent us came from, or were they just where you had thought you were calculating it from? Because some of them looked like they were general operating numbers, not reserve numbers.
Okay, yeah, I was pulling from the financials that Angel sent me.
Okay.
And I was tracking them from the ending fiscal year to the beginning, and I went through and looked at the subtractions. I saw the $700,000 alleyway expense and some other things that were transferred out of there, but I wasn't tracking because I thought we started at like 1.2 at the end of 24. And I know we didn't move any money out of our reserves. I know we put money into our reserves. So I was confused about where we stand, but I remember that 400 and change $1,000 reserve number you threw out there. So just wanted to know where we stand before we make a decision on the increase. or lack
So
thereof.
yeah, that, I mean, the number is accurate, and you
Okay.
all did just go through your audit as well. So
Okay.
everything is in line the way it should be. But
Okay.
I'm happy to send you all the backup because we did get it with everything that's coded to the GLs. If you'd like to see it, happy to send it over.
Okay, thanks.
And I have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question also. We're still waiting to find out about the invasive weeds. The lady had broken her hip and we were waiting for the report, whether we need to do it. Because we've got 105,000 in the budget right now, but we might not need that.
So I believe David Hamstra is on the call if we're talking about invasive.
Yes, he is.
Evening, everyone. Yep, Dan and board, we just received this afternoon all the reports as requested from the field services. So I need Catherine to compile all that and then come up with a report. So I'll definitely be ready. I know it's not timely for the August 28th meeting, but she just received everything today to make her assessment of where the board is at. So
Okay, well, we need to, can you, without giving us a formal, I mean, have you at least done an advanced read? Can you give us any kind of sense of, are we ahead? Are we behind? Are any kind of guidance for the budget that we need to finalize tonight?
what did we have budgeted last year, Dan? That wasn't used much.
105.
I hate to stick my neck out, but I'll go 50,000 for tonight. Don't.
Got it.
All right, we
Lucas
can
called it.
reduce that to 50.
Oh, yeah, well, that's, we're, Jennifer's still doing the field service and management numbers. We will kind of make our adjustments here on the side, on the record, but we will tag up to get all of our adjustments to Jennifer once she's ready with the new management and field services updates. I'll speak to security. That placeholder number is way too big, but we still seem to be having issues. I would propose knocking it down to 25, which is enough to cover basically over the course of 2 years would give us still a couple of options from the proposals that we received. Obviously, we didn't have, Infomark didn't have everything in place for the shade session or the previous meeting. So we still potentially need to have another one to go over the details and all that. But given that we've still had issues, I'd like to at least leave the capability to do something and knock that 100K line item down to 25.
I think that's a little low. I think, can't talk about security cameras and what's working, what's not, but where we stand and where vandalism is happening, there's been increased issues, and from the proposal we saw, that's higher than what you just mentioned. So I think if there's other stuff we need to fix, then we need to have somewhat kind of reserves to use those funds. So I would cut it in half. But
okay. Well, my thinking with that was cutting it down that far. I believe that one that you're referencing was more of a purchase equipment. So in that case, if we say we're budgeting this much on a yearly basis ongoing, we could maybe we have to pull a little extra to cover the installation of whatever we end up doing.
Mhm.
But if we say that's just our number,
This is-
whether it's maintenance or if it's a subscription service, whatever it ends up being, at least has something in there for increasing surveillance to address the issues. I'm still more comfortable with 25, given, you know, maybe it's a little light this year, but then it's heavy next year to cover, you know, if whether we're buying or we're doing a
Right,
subscription or
but the line item says monitoring service, right? It doesn't say security camera installation or
well,
equipment.
it's whatever we want it to be. It was probably worded that way based on the assumption of one vendor versus another, not to get into details.
Yeah.
But it's for additional security that's not line item in the budget, right?
Right. I think we need both. I think we need extra monitoring systems, and I think we need more equipment.
Right.
And so,
and part of it, I mean, we can't do too much. We can't go into detail in
Yeah.
a public meeting. There's also the added wrinkle of we'll have a new management company involved. They might have their own, I mean, in-house in-house capability versus recommendations of what we already have existing. That it's going to be very different a month from now, but we don't want to have nothing in the budget. So I'm comfortable with 25. It's a big drop from what we had in the proposed budget.
Yeah.
I think it's still flexible enough to give us purchase or leasing, or maybe it's just add on to management responsibilities.
I agree. I obviously thought 100K was too high. We knew that was just a placeholder. And I was thinking 20, but I can very much get on board with 25.
I
Okay.
think the bids we got are the ones that we looked into. Weren't they in the $40,000 range?
One it was 27 the first year and 23 the next year. So that's another, it's a little light this year, heavy the
Mhm.
next year.
Okay.
One was like 30 something, 34 to purchase, but then it's purchased and everything has a 2-year warranty. So you shouldn't need at least for those
Yeah.
installations. So again, 25 over 2 years covers that. And any, it would be, over budget. So we'd be able to maybe have more than what was in that quote if we went that route. So we're kind of verbal agreement of 25 for security monitoring service is what the line item's called. We can rename that line item if we want. We can just say,
yeah, but if we know we're going to go over budget, why are we budgeting 25? I mean, the minimum was 27 for what we were looking at, and then there was 34. Like, I mean, we're just going to overrun our budget there. It doesn't seem, feasible. But I mean, if we want to shortcut the budget and then overrun, I mean, that's
well, in that case, it was a 2-year contract. So it was splitting it between the both, but would we 30? Are we okay with 30? That's
kind of in the middle.
closer
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, that's such a small amount. If we run out, we pull it from somewhere else.
Okay, so we have a verbal agreement for cutting the invasive maintenance less than half down to 50.
Wait, I'm
Cutting,
so sorry. Are we done with the security monitoring? Only because we have this 100,000 for security monitoring.
right?
And then there's also, in our regular, let me see, where was it here? Security enhancement, 6,000, which we've spent 3183 of. So could the leftovers from that not be used from that? Did we agree to the 30? I just don't know where we landed there.
I mean, depending on whether it was 2 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago, we had the verbal for 25 and the verbal for 30. So
Well, then maybe let's differentiate what the funds are going to be used for between security monitoring and security enhancement. Because if we did 25 for security monitoring and then we already have an allocated budget of 6,000 for security enhancement, that would put us all in for at 31 for security.
Yeah, I don't want to elaborate too much, but I think
Because obviously
we're unsecured.
Well, for sure. And I think everybody would agree with that. We've obviously run into a whole lot of issues as of late. But also we know that the residents feel very strongly about the increase. So
right. Well, we're pulling this number down. We're pulling
Yep,
invasive
no,
down, and we're pulling
a lot
right.
down for sure. Like we said we would, but yeah, okay. I'm gonna hold to the 25. I think that's good.
Let's just go down the row.
Sure.
30 or 25, Julie. Okay, I'll go first. 30.
I'll do 30.
30, 30.
25.
30.
30.
Okay. All right. So are there, I think those were the two biggest kind of lingering placeholder numbers in there. I know Brittany, you had gone over several other items, or I mean, until Jennifer says she's ready, we can keep discussing. Joe, go ahead.
Well, we do now have to address having the ponds taken care of because it's not in the proposal. We have to hire that separate.
That is, we have always done that internally. We have, well, so there's R&M for ponds already. That was 100,000 in fiscal 25.
Yes, but Brad did that in-house and we are losing him. And so we're going to have to hire someone else
Right,
to do it.
but there was already a line item in the budget to the tune of $100,000 a year to cover that.
105. Oh no, I'm sorry, for ponds. Okay.
Joe,
Did that cover his salary though?
Joe, what was your statement again? Who did what?
Brad
Brad.
does our
Right, he
ponds.
just gets chemicals and sprays the ponds, right?
But now we have to hire someone to do that because none of the
Right.
proposals included that.
Well, yeah, to a certain extent, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if that's like a $10,000 item or a 30, but I wanted to bring it up because we need to consider it.
It was looking to, okay, so we had based on, again, the workshop numbers, which whatever issues we had with those was still projecting 60 for the spend for this existing fiscal year that is about to end. But still keeping it as just proposed 100 for the following year. So leaving it alone, leaving it out at 100 would be still giving us margin in case whatever contractor, whoever that ends up being, maybe costs more than what it did for the previous year. But again, it's not something being completely uncovered. We might find that it's a little light and would have to make it the adjustment the following year. But so many things are going to be in flux based on field services and district management changing over that, I mean, without raising things too much, I think where it is now is a good mix of leaving at least something in the budget, and it might end up being heavy and we can cut it back next year.
Well, and I do believe Berman's proposal said that they aimed to hire people to do the jobs that we needed done. And so it's possible they can hire someone like Brad.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
just so I'm clear, right? For ponds and lake, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, so the proposed budget was 100,000, but year to date we've spent 3588.
Yeah, I mean, that was as of March, and that was, if you remember, the numerous issues we had with the budgeting process. And without Joseph here, I'm not sure how much we'd be able to successfully read into where that projected 60,000 spend was for the remainder of the year. I mean, obviously, pond maintenance, that's it's not going to necessarily be an equal spend every month, but I don't know that it really should be that backloaded either. So in the sense of,
But even going through the historicals, we've not touched close to that.
well,
And I'm not proposing that we remove it all. What I'm saying is that when we have $100,000 proposed and we've spent 3588, and in previous years we've spent, maybe a little bit more than that, but nowhere near even half.
Okay, well, how about this? It now being August 7th, we have a question for you, Jen, when you're ready. Can you give us what the actuals, sorry, it should be in our paper here, what the actuals are for the pond spending as the most current numbers.
As of July.
Dan, I got a question for you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if that's materials and products only or labor and materials. So labor may have been under Infomark, and maybe this is strictly chemicals and materials. So just confirm that.
Then that's I mean, that was, I'd go as far as saying that was an oversight in the previous budget because it wouldn't be $75,000. I don't think algae chemicals are that. I mean,
David, didn't we hire like a vendor contractor to come out and mow all that stuff and actually do the job correctly instead of just spraying chemicals on the weeds around the ponds?
Yeah, there was two vendors. If we're talking about the conservation area versus the cattails in the pond, the cattails in the pond were done by a vendor that sprayed it and dredged it. And we had a separate vendor for the old world climbing fern.
And do we know what those actual costs are?
I can look that up while you guys talk and I'll find out the invoices.
That'd be good, because I think like the resident said, there are ponds that need this done, and we've kind of pushed it off for, I don't know, we do it every, 2 or 3 years. And we get them all done, but they grow back up and it's a dorsum.
right. Well, and it should be taken care of before it becomes a problem. So, yeah, I think we can wait until we hear the numbers from David, but
It was 2023. I'll get the numbers for you. So
appreciate it. Thank you.
Does this line item also include how you would fund any erosion repairs or storm damage repairs to banks? Or is that a separate line item? I'm just throwing that out there because I see a lot of districts, after storms come through, have to do lake bank repairs, and they usually start around 20 grand and go up from there.
Oh, we had a pipeline go here 6 or 7 years ago, and it was in the 50K neighborhood, as I remember, and that was, 2019 dollars. But that was from reserve. Oh, yeah. Oh, turn it.
Most of the major repairs are gonna go to the reserve if they're storm water repairs. So, but some pond bank, small erosion repairs, those would easily go to ponds for R&M.
For everyone's information, we did a reserve study. Unfortunately, it was done in 2021, so it was right before a large spike of inflation. And we were also no bid when we tried to have that same company update that reserve study a couple years after that. So we've done the homework of trying to figure out how old all the different things are and how much should be put into those, but the dollar amounts aren't really. It's useful as maybe a schedule and then just a historical record of how old the different things are. But as far as a tool that would help us budget, that's something that maybe our new management can help us update as part of just getting everything aligned with how they do business and finding new optimizations. So
yeah,
I think we're all willing to cut that number. Even with the actuals for this year, it's still saying for ponds, we've year-to-date actual 3588 still says we haven't spent anything else on that very large line item. We're all willing to cut it. I think we're just waiting to hear from David just to give us a.
Do you want your actuals from 22, 23, and 24 for
Yes,
ponds?
sure.
Okay. So for your ponds and 22 was going to be 5,896, and then 23, 6,708. And then 2024 was 43,569. So there was a pretty significant jump. And I think that might be why you adopted 100 in 2025. So again, it just kind of depends on what's going to happen with your ponds.
Right. I'm fine cutting that at least in half. That would still more than cover what our biggest spend was 24, and the 2 years before and the 1 year after has all been much less than that.
Absolutely.
But we don't have a reserve line item for storm drain repairs.
No, we don't. I think, and David, feel free to correct me. I think just the lifetime on some of those, like an underground drainage culvert, isn't that going to be like 30 years or longer lifetime?
Yeah, typically concrete pipe is 25 to about 25 years, but we've done a lot of work in the estates. We did some work on 5 Oaks Drive. So there's been some random pipe failures, but not in some of the areas we had the county assist on the street pavement work. But yeah, we should have about a 25-year give or take lifespan on your concrete pipes.
Right, which that's about how old the neighborhood is now. So it's not surprising. We did have that failure on 5 Oaks by the golf course about 6 years ago. I'm comfortable with 50 for that. Well, okay, hold on a second. So we're saying for the ponds, the biggest number we spent was 24, and that was 42, 43. Maybe we change the verbiage of that to say ponds and drainage. So that gives us cover for, it's also able to be applied to, I mean, we can spend the money from whatever on whatever, but setting it aside and being organized about it.
It's more descriptive.
Yes. So in that case, if I would be happy with, again, staying it at 50. So that's predicting that we don't have a bad pond year and a bad storm drain year, but putting a decent amount there to cover both of those eventualities. That's more in line with what we actually spent on our heaviest year of pond maintenance. So 50K for ponds. And
I still want to hear from David, and if you found that number, can you provide the details on which ponds we did? I think it was only 1 or 2.
There was about 3 or 4 as you enter by the golf course, by the roundabouts. And the proposals that came in was between $10,000 and $20,000.
Okay.
So budgeting for 50. And again, that's, go ahead, Jeffer.
Dan, I think that number also includes the new contract with Buck Lake.
The Buck Lake Committee, that's, I think, $3,000 a month. Is that
I think
correct?
that's one of the reasons we left it at a higher mark because of, I'm sorry, it just jogged my memory
No,
there.
that's correct.
And that's why we have that higher total in there.
Right. So and that would be 36 for the year, but that covers our maintenance of the much larger, all the shoreline of Buck Lake, which is our,
Right.
Shared responsibility with Harmony West.
But I saw we had a Buck Lake line item too.
It's
Yeah, it's that. It's pond and
/ Buck Lake.
Okay.
We can separate it if you all would like, and we can have one just for Buck Lake, or you can keep them together. It's the board's decision, but just wanted to remind the board that contract is included in there.
Okay. So, and given what David said of it being in the 10 to 15 range for a small handful of ponds, we're not expecting that we would need to hit all the ponds at once. How about we set it to 60? And that covers the Buck Lake Committee, which is a little more than half, 36,000 for the year, if I'm remembering the updated number correctly. And I should remember since I was at that meeting.
I thought it was like 1,800 a month.
Am I? Oh,
I thought it went from like 1,200 a month.
Give
to
me a second,
1,800.
please. I apologize.
Yeah, Dan Lucas, it was 5 ponds we did 2 years ago. So
You said 5 ponds.
5 ponds.
What was the total cost of all that?
I'm trying to find out the approved one. The low was 10,000, the high was 23. The low came back with a revised one of 19,000.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stick with the $20,000 mark for the 5 ponds.
Okay. That's good numbers. Thank you.
Okay. And the Buck Lake Committee, I apologize. It was, is this monthly? Hold on a second. Right. Jennifer, do you have the, because we would have been invoiced by Harmony West for that agreed upon amount.
Even still, the average for the past 3 years, even including that 2024 where we spent 43,000, we're still at like 18K average a year.
Okay.
So even if we include that Buck Lake agreement, I feel that 50,000 is plenty.
I agree. Okay, so we're saying we can do 50 for, and we'll change the line item to add drainage to the description to say that we're also kind of, if we're not using it for ponds or the Buck Lake Committee, which is more like it was 13 or I think maybe went up to 1,400 a month. So it was
Chairman, it is 1,400. So 16,800.
Yes. Okay. So that easily fits in with 50 with doing some ponds and or depending on how lucky we are each year if we have any storm drainage issues. So we're taking that number from 100 down to 50 and adding the description of drainage. So Jennifer, are you caught up with the management and field service changes? I know we've
I want to
been,
make sure because I'm just getting Berman's for the first time.
okay, yeah, and we've
I want to
been,
make sure I understood which task you guys actually chose.
it was the 1A is what we graded them.
1A. So year one, so
It's
100
it's 1A and 2A combined.
Oh, sorry.
1A and 2A combined for year one. That's what you all totaled?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just a little confused because that one said the plus required lifeguard and I know that wasn't a
Right.
requirement. I just needed to know. So I'm combining 1A and 2A. That's it. Got it. Thank you.
The other thing that I think we need to talk about is sidewalks. Because I think that is the biggest issue facing us. And if I'm not going too forward, I was hoping that we could ask our new management company to come with proposals at the next meeting for sidewalk repair, or is that too soon?
Well, we had 20 was in the 25 budget, and we had already increased that to 115. We spent 84 of that to get Caprior, which they are, and I don't know if we missed Raul leaving. I know they were working on getting that. There was issues with getting the pricing agreed to and everything. We had to reauthorize it at the last meeting. So that's kind of in progress.
Yes, but they haven't started yet. After all that, they wouldn't start until we agreed to a higher not
Yes.
to exceed, and now they still haven't started.
Well, I mean, I could pull. I mean, I did. I know I signed for it. Maybe a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. There
Yeah.
was, and I mean,
But if they would have started right away, then it would already be partly done. This sidewalks, I just think are such an important issue for us
no,
right now.
I know, and no. You want to talk about original sin? It was that really, really long May meeting where we had the presentations and we left and weren't called. We didn't take a vote on it, so that's why we missed it. That's on Infomark. That's on me. That and we had the verbal at the following meeting that they would, and it turns out they didn't. So that I mean that is just
Right, so I think we want to start looking at more companies for the future.
I'm.
Well, let's not go too
I'm
far.
not. Yeah, I'm not prepared to put that on the vendor versus it was
Yeah.
Mark. It was Joseph telling us he had an agreement from the vendor. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. And we're. In the
Nonetheless,
context of everything else.
over that little amount of money, they wouldn't start the job. So anyway, right. So anyway, I don't know that 115 is enough for sidewalks though, because we're spending 84,000 just to repair some on Catbrier, right?
Most.
Okay, but we still have all the others. Plus, that only takes care of the ones that we're shaving. I'm using that word because I don't understand all the technology, but we have a lot that need to be dug up, the roots cut, and new panels put down, and we haven't started that yet.
Right. And I mean, there's justification you could say for greatly increasing that if we're saying our goal is to fix all of them right now. And that just comes down to, fiscal discipline and do we want to say we're doing that? It's, can we eat a big increase this year and promise, pinky swear we'll claw it back next year after we get everything caught up? Or do we pick a maybe more, not quite as high number, maybe we still increase it some and see how far that gets us, maybe with the same vendor or with a different vendor. And if we decide, hey, this is still our highest priority, we have reserves we could pull from instead of other things. It's just up to us on how much do we want to try fixing all of the sidewalks all at once.
No, we can't afford it.
No, we
Right.
definitely can't afford it, but we're at 85 already, right? We have 115 allocated, I believe, right?
Yes.
So that means that technically we're going to finish off the year with about 30K, right?
No. So we had 20 in the fiscal 24 budget year that we're still in. So we're greatly overspending that. So if we were to pull that from what we authorized for 26, then that would be about half of it is what would be left.
Right, we'd have 135 minus the 80.
No,
Well,
115.
115
plus
minus
20.
right.
Oh, it'd roll over in
60.
a sense.
So it's about half.
Yeah.
We're using about half of this coming year's budget to do Cap Briar. So we'd still have 60 left between what's allocated this year, being spent now, and
what's going to be left over.
right.
Okay.
So are we okay with that number?
I'm good with that. Not that I think that believe me, much like you, I'm sure, much like all of us, I get emails about the sidewalks all the time, and it's a real tripping hazard. It's a really big problem. But so is the budget. So I think that 60K, leaving 60K to deal with that for the rest of the year is a fair number. And then we can have another 115 the following year. You know, we can't do it all at once.
There's only 20,000 in the budget for 2025.
Right. And
So the money we're spending is actually out of our,
yes, and that's what we said. We're spending about half of the coming year's budget on this first project. So there'd still be about 55 or 60 left.
So Joe, listen,
15 for this upcoming year.
yeah.
So we're
Joe.
spending almost half of that.
The work's being done like right at the boundary between fiscal years too. So,
You're gonna have to run those numbers by me.
okay.
115.
so listen, Joe,
About 65, and we spent 84.
So
We spent we spent 84.
20, okay. And how about the other sidewalks that we're gonna fix?
That's
That's what the 60K is.
and that's the big question of how
that's what we're having a discussion.
how fast do we think we can do
I-
Five Oaks, Dark Sky?
I say we need to increase it to at least do one more sidewalk for next year, which would be Five Oaks on the other side. There's basically three main strips, right? You got Cap Briar, you got Schoolhouse, and then you got Five Oaks, which is that little triangle. All of them need to be fixed and replaced. Some of them need to be replaced, the whole panels. But if we're not budgeting enough to do another round of these, we're not budgeting properly, in my opinion.
Well, and my point is, the one that we budgeted, the one that we're paying for, it does not include panel replacements. That is only the ones that are less than 2 inches.
We
So the
picked
ones
them.
that are buckled,
Yes,
we need to just pay for one at a time, I guess.
right, and we picked them because they were compared to the individual shaving that was from the numbers Infomart gave us for internal was still more cost competitive. Just it was still like a few hundred that were being done.
But my point is, there's different types of repairs that need to be done. That company is only addressing one type because that's their specialty. I'm
Yeah.
not being critical. And we need to address the other ones because those are the ones that are really bad. So, and I don't know how much those cost.
More
to get
expensive.
done.
Well,
Hmm?
so-
They're more
well,
expensive.
So I
So
mean,
that's what I figured. That's probably why we didn't do it yet.
so let's just go down the row. It's budgeted for 115 right now. We've said that about half of it is already spoken for with the Cap Briar shaving that's being done, not any cut and cover or repour or any of those, and not any other streets. Where do we want to go on that 115 number? I'm fine with it where it is for now, and let's reevaluate it next year when things have settled with field services management and what their internal capabilities are.
That's where I am. I'm going to keep it at 115.
Okay, so we're not going to do any more of the boulevards next
no,
year.
I don't-
If we keep it at 115, there's no money to do another boulevard.
There's about 60, so maybe a shorter one, or maybe a smaller percentage, or maybe half of one.
So then we're not going to do any of the ones that need to be replaced?
That's the question. If
Yeah,
we-
that's our job, is to figure out how to best allocate those 60,000.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. We really need to do the replacement
So-
ones, I believe. I mean,
how high
need
would
to be argumentative, but I don't think there's a more important issue in front of us today than getting the sidewalks fixed.
and this is our job. How much more are you comfortable?
Well,
paying
we
to?
did have one quote to do some of them from another company, but I know that and Nick said he needs to work with them, whoever does that, because they're going to cut some of the roots. Otherwise, we'll have the problem all over again if we put new panels down. And so, I mean, even if we raise it another 35,000, we could at least probably fix the worst of the worst with the ones that we need to pull up and replace.
Okay, so you would put it to 150. We have 115 and 115. Lucas, what's your
Yeah,
number?
150, that's actually double of what we're paying now. So if we need to do another strip of concrete on the sidewalks, then we have the funds for it. And if we need to replace entire panels, if we get one Catbrier Street done and everyone else on Five Oaks and Schoolhouse Road, they come in and complain like, you fixed this one sidewalk, why aren't you fixing the other? And we're like, well, we didn't budget enough money to fix those, sorry. And then we're gonna have to use our reserve money to go and fix them.
And this isn't a matter of
that's how it's
something
gonna
that we
play out.
want. This is something that we need, it's just not fair to leave it like that.
Okay, so we have two 115, we have two 150. Julie, what's your number? Well, enjoy the spotlight.
Me, safety first, so I might get 150.
Okay, so it's up to us to decide. Do we put it up to 150? Do we compromise and say 135 or 140? What are we all comfortable with?
150.
150.
If we don't spend it, then we have it for next year, the following year. But I think
Yeah, but we still have to, and I get it, Joe, because like I said, I get those emails. I talk to residents a lot, so I know it's important. Regardless, we're gonna have to answer whether we don't have the budgeted funds for the sidewalk repairs this year, or whether we're increasing the dues. We're gonna hear it one way or the other.
Here's my thought. Are you done? I want to interrupt. Okay, so here's my thought. We went with the lowest priced management and field services company was chosen. We have taken 50 out of our ponds budget. We have taken 55 out of our invasive budget, and we have taken 75 or 70, I forget, out of our security budget. So I think we've more than covered what we were talking about adding here for the very pressing issue of sidewalks, adding 35 to that, which we've more than made up for with our other cuts this evening. So I'm on board with 150.
Does budget include need to go into reserves? So
that's always an option to us. I mean,
right,
and
we could
for
cut back
something
there.
unexpected.
Or we can leave the other ones the way they are, and if we do the sidewalks, take it out of reserve.
Right.
But, we start walking a fine line there of
Right.
not having enough
Well,
money.
We have 280 going towards reserves allocated for that, which I had thought maybe we cut down to 250. It only takes down 30, but since the sidewalks are, I think, I do agree that they're really important. I would be good with keeping the reserves at 280 if we then kept the sidewalks where they are. But if we're gonna increase the sidewalks to 150, then I'm gonna still suggest then that we cut the reserves to 250.
All right, my thoughts, and if we're pivoting to talking about reserves, my thoughts are, I asked David not to do any additional engineering work, but just to provide us the engineering work that was done a few years ago in relation to the RV storage lot, since we've received updated guidance from the county that they are perhaps more amenable to us reopening and utilizing that area for residential vehicle storage, which we have parking issues. We hear you. So that original proposal, it included fencing across the entire perimeter of that storage area, which is like half a mile of 6-foot chain link fencing. So that plus the landscaping as required by the county was about $100K just for the fencing and prep of the RV storage lot. And then basically another $100K for the paving, a pull-off area for the road to get there. My thoughts are, and this is something we have to decide, the county has said we would be meeting their requirements just fencing the entryway from the road. Now, as far as people's stuff being secure, someone could still walk down from the back of Feathergrass and just go through a few trees and be in the storage area. So there is something to be said about fencing that entire area, but that's like a $80,000 difference, fencing the entire perimeter versus just the approach. And then as far as, and this would be asking David to do new engineering work, but to make sure that what was proposed for the road is in line with the latest that we have from Mr. Deal at the county on what the updated requirements from the present fire marshal are versus what might have been said, stipulated 3 years ago when we looked at it. So all that's to say, and those were 2022 numbers, was, and I'm sorry, one more thing. he had estimated it was about 150 for the road improvements of those specifications. The bids came in at 220. So, and that was just for, again, the road improvements plus another 100K if you fence the entire perimeter. So that's what we're up against if we want to reopen the storage area. And
3 years ago.
3 years
Yeah,
ago.
3 years ago. Yep.
Yes. And again, 3 years ago, I think the most we brought in was maybe 35,000 a year from rental fees to residents. That would be higher just based on, you know, inflation plus it was never realized, but there would be, you know, there are more spots if we are able to fully, you know, utilize that in larger area. So there's potential for, well, I mean, it absolutely would be partially offset by the rental fees. But when we're talking about how much we want to adjust, goes into reserves to cover things like that, that's what we're up against. And realistically, still probably at the very least a $200,000 job.
Yeah, but it's a long-term investment, right? If you're getting, let's say it's 50,000 now every year, then every year you're getting 50,000 of income that you can maintain and operate and make the residents happy where they can store their RVs and trailers and boats and all that stuff.
And you've paid it off in 4 or 5 years.
Right.
So that said, I'm really not comfortable pulling much more of that reserve contribution to at least give us the option of, I mean, there'd be more, you know, engineering work to refresh, update those numbers, maybe put out for new bids. And that's to say nothing about what we've already started and committed to and have been pricing into our budget of having a permanent storage facility, which we didn't ask. And maybe this is what I was on the tip of my tongue, where we, I know we've heard from Infomark that it wasn't a big deal from them, but we've, you know, with all of our issues we've had with Infomark, it seems to me like it's, you know, it's not going to hurt us having it there. It's going to make whoever is doing field services job have an easier time of being able to store things locally, have things staged, have things protected. We've already started down that path. We've already voted several times to do it, and that still needs.
Well, the bottom line is too, the county was given us special permission to store that stuff back by the garden. That is not permanent. That was just until we could get something else built. So we could find ourselves in the same situation we were in before, where we were being threatened with $350 a day fine.
Right.
So,
yeah, I mean,
anyhow, that's, yeah.
And I mean, not to go too hard on this tangent, but when we closed it down, we were looking at a $400,000 bill, but that was also including a building at the time, the office we had back there. So
Right.
we've pivoted away. We had the whole saga of where the thing would be built. We have it underway now. That's not changing. All that's to say, I say we keep the reserve contribution where it is.
Okay.
Yes, I'm with that.
Any other?
You got a number for us yet?
Yeah, excellent. And thank you for working on all those while we bickered about all of our. So are there any other line items? Thank you, Lucas.
Yeah, I think we should go through, if it's okay with you guys, I think we should just go through each one, just to make sure that we're all on the same page about them.
Well, I was gonna suggest that we do away with the annuals. I know it's only 14,000 a year, but I'm really thinking there might be some enthusiasts in the community who would do that themselves. The flowers, that's $14,000. That's a lot of money for flowers.
Just so the board is aware, without any other changes, just with the changes for the management, mainly the field, it did reduce it from 13 to 9.
Nice.
So there has been a slight reduction already. So just wanted to let you guys know where we were on that.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with however you guys want to go through changing it. I just need one number at a time.
For now, let's go ahead and give you the numbers we've already discussed and verbally agreed on.
Can we read them?
Yeah, I've got it. So for invasive, R&M invasive plant maintenance, we want to cut that down to 50.
It's 105 now. Yeah, I just thought 105.
Yep. Yes, that was based on David's recommendation. Your neck is safe, David. All right. For security monitoring, we can take the word service off, just say security monitoring or security/monitoring. We cut that down to 30. Yes. Based on the proposals we received and not having one, and also having new capabilities from our new manager. So that's what we're comfortable with for now. R&M ponds / Buck Lake / drainage we want to add to the description. And cutting that down to 50. From
Sorry, Chairman, did you say you want to add drainage to the description?
yes,
Okay.
R&M ponds, Buck Lake drainage, and reducing to 50. And then finally for R&M, where'd it go? Sorry. For sidewalk and panel replacements, we had 115. We want to bump that up to 150.
It's right above invasive plant.
Okay, so currently you're at a 4.1.
4.1 increase.
Correct.
Nice.
I'm given that we're, and apologies to everybody, the process of moving everything over, there's going to be a couple of months where it's going, it's going to, I hope and I trust it is going to be as smooth as possible, but there's opportunity, there's a learning curve. There's exactly right, Lucas. I'm comfortable with that given everything that we're doing and all that we're trying to change and improve, a 4% O&M increase, which with the bond is probably like a 1 3/4, 2% increase for most people. I think that's a lot easier to swallow, but if I'm certainly, we can go through
It's
the
definitely
other.
a lot easier to swallow. It'll definitely be a lot easier to explain. I don't think the pitchforks will be, as sharp.
And no, there's one more important thing. I'm sorry that you missed this. We actually amended the agenda. I got a call from district council an hour before the meeting started. We were reached out by the underwriter that is there at least.
Bond refinancing.
We're going to see new numbers for the next meeting. We haven't decided on anything, but the recommendation was, as volatile as everything is, there's a trough right now. There's at least, and I had it written down. If the numbers today were to be locked in a week after our next meeting, we had been proposed a 14 and 11% savings for the 2014 and 2015 bonds. At today's rates, that would actually be an 18 and a 14% savings on people's bonds payoff. And that, again, is just assuming we refinance and roll that right into reducing people's payoff amount or payment amount. Again, we'll see what the actual numbers are at the next meeting, but we had that discussion as well. So on the table potentially is a reduction for residents that we either partially or in full offsets whatever O&M increase we may have to do, or it gets passed as a reduction if our numbers right now are
We
the ball.
cross that bridge when we get to it.
So all that's to say, I'm comfortable with the numbers that we've already hashed out and come to a 4.1 O&M increase.
I'm good with that.
Still, if it's,
Let's not.
4.1 sounds great as opposed to, the original 13 or whatever it was, right? But I do think that we're all sitting here, we're going through it. It makes sense to sort of go through some of these other line items that, don't really make sense to me.
All right, well, let's.
This is the one time a year that we sit down and do it.
Exactly.
So just one comment is we can go through them and take stuff away, but what I'm trying to get at is if we take those things away and we don't spend that money, it goes into our reserve fund that we need to build up. And that, we have the $280,000 that we're putting away, but from a saving standpoint, I don't think we're anywhere near where we need to be at. I mean, we used to have $1 million+ in our reserves, and now we're at $480,000.
Correct. So you spent more than $500,000.
Right. And well,
in 9 short years.
Well, yeah. And yes, 9 years, there's the paving project. We had to pay off the bond on the VC1 parcel. That was people have used that in the past to inflate how much reserves we had when those numbers were, yes, maybe technically in reserve, but they were already earmarked for, they
Right.
had to be set aside to pay off this bond.
Right.
So, and we took care of that a couple of years ago. We just paid that off. So the books are clean on that now, but that was something that was kind of yes, it was a factually true statement that we had that much in reserve, but a huge amount of it was spoken for the outstanding bond payment of when that property was given to the CDD that we were now responsible for paying off.
Right, I know.
So I have an idea.
Stating facts about.
Oh,
But
My only thought was we've hit all the big ticket items. I'm fine spending a few more minutes going over the rest just to be as thorough as we can.
That's all I'm
but
asking.
the point is, well, not the point, but the numbers, I lost my train of thought here, trying to think of it as our total budget. And I really think we do need to have at least a small increase. So if we don't, with the sidewalk stuff coming up, it's not like we're rolling in money. And to do a 0% increase.
No, well.
No, I know, but Brittany wants to, I shouldn't say you
would
want, but she,
absolutely- no, I do. I would love to get this down to zero or close to zero as possible.
well, then what would you like to cut?
Well,
What-
that's what I want to
Let's
go
hear it.
through.
Let's hear it.
All right,
That's
so
exactly what I want to go through.
Let's hear it.
tell us what things we
So
can
we
do
go from
without.
the bottom up.
Okay.
No, I don't want to do without anything. I just want to reel in some of the spending. So vehicles and equipment, we have 15,000 budgeted. The actuals through April were zero. We have $15,000, 15,000 budgeted for next year. Again, we were at zero. The historic show that we just don't need it that high. I'm not saying let's get rid of the whole 15, but let's maybe 5,000. We were at zero last year. We were at zero the year before. Let's do 5,000 this year. If we're at zero again, that 5,000 just goes in the reserve.
Let's go one at a time. You can't buy a vehicle for $15,000. You can get maybe a small side-by-side, golf cart or something. That being zero for a year, maybe even 2 years, would be offset by if we have to buy a F-150 every 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
So
the same way we haven't spent it in previous years, it's gone into reserves for that exact reason.
Right,
Because
so-
if we didn't use it this year, we can, so
I say cut it
this,
to 10, but I'm not comfortable going in.
10.
Well, but I was going to suggest, but right now, but when we get resettled with everything, is to sit down and work out our reserves and how much we need to replace things.
Yeah.
Instead of having it on here like this, like it looks like we're spending $15,000, but we're not. We're setting money aside for the day that we do need a new truck.
Right.
And, or another
Yep.
utility
The-
vehicle or whatever.
I
And
think-
so I think it would all look clear if the numbers, and I assume that you can do all that with us to make all of this look different. And so, does that make sense? I'm not using the wrong words, but.
Oh,
I get where you guys are all coming from and looking at this. I think we can definitely reorganize and re-go through this. So I can get a handle on it, and I want to sit with each one of you guys one-on-one and really work through this. So I wouldn't go changing too much to the budget when maybe we can come in and help you guys reorganize this, figure this out, and really get our hands around it in the next, 2 to 3 months.
And a new reserve study, because we're way overdue for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So
I'm not opposed to a reserve study, but again, I think that nobody wants an increase, and I understand there's certain things that we need to stay on top of. That's our job. But so that we're meeting somewhere in the middle.
Are we okay
it's
with,
supposed
are
to
we
be-
okay with pulling the vehicles down to 10 a year, knowing that we don't buy a new vehicle every single year? That's a decision. We have, I'm okay with 10. Brittany proposes
say
10.
just take it off, just take it all the way off. That's what makes people happy.
No,
And we'll
I
reorganize.
mean,
Well,
No, I'm not saying that we take it all off.
just ask Jennifer how much thousands of dollars we need to go to 0%. We can just take stuff off.
I
Well,
propose to cutting it to 5. Dan says 10. I'm
mean, if we're-
dance. I'll meet at 10.
I don't
I-
have a comment.
My previous statement was we're kind of, this is important, but this is also in the noise. We were taking 40 and 50 off these other line items. If we can scrape together another, what?
But the
okay.
words were to reel in spending. That doesn't do anything to reel in spending. That just changes on the budget.
Well,
Which-
that depends
which-
on.
The spending, that would, another 5,000 coming off of what the
Let-
increase is gonna.
Let me propose a question to Jennifer. What change to the O&M budget as you have right now would get it to be a 0 increase from the previous year?
Give me
You,
one.
you can just play around with the reserve number to fix that, but we can
I
just to
we
get
can do
the
that.
amount.
We could, yeah, I mean, again, I had the reserve coming down to 250, which would take 30,000 off. But I had also 10,000 coming off, and obviously we want to move Cook here. So I'm just gonna say them all and then you guys can say what you think. But vehicle equipment, I took that from 15 to 5. Fuel and oil, $8,000 budgeted, $0 spent. And it's still at 8,000. Again, the trends just don't support it. I don't know what we're using the fuel and oil for. Obviously, nothing the first 8 months of the year. But even if we brought it down to half of that between those two line items already, that would be almost $15,000 saved.
It's not changing our spending though.
But it is, because we're not going to be allocating that money there.
We're not asking the residents to give us money for something that as of
We
this, so
don't
far
need
this
the
year
current.
had.
We're not,
We're,
it's
we're,
not
we're,
changing our
de- we're
spending. it's just
decreasing our
changing-
revenue, how much money we bring in. It's not changing how much we're spending. That
But
money.
where are we bringing it in, as in from the residents, as in collecting it from the residents if we don't need it right now?
Because we need it, we might need it in the future.
Well, we might.
No, the answer,
Keep
the answer.
For things we might need.
Yeah, that's
hold-
our job to
hold
do.
on.
It's to prepare for rainy
Guys,
days, and we don't have
guys.
these reserves.
Please, hold on. The answer was, we thought we needed it a year ago, and this is saying that so far we didn't.
Exactly. So
And-
just
and
going
so
off of the data.
Do you,
is all
oh,
I'm-
hold on, because it's already, we're, over hour 4 of this meeting. Well, 3.5, I'm sorry. Jennifer, do you have that number?
Yeah, so just like moving your reserve and get it down to 0.7. Of course, I can continue. If we just match it out, obviously it'll go down.
I'm just curious.
But
what
that
the-
knocked it down to 190.
So that would be, finding, yeah, so we're still.
190 into your reserve, which I can tell you, if your pool has to be resurfaced, that's gonna.
No,
like
we know. That was just to get set a line in the sand. If
Yeah.
if the goal is a 0% increase, so below
100,000.
inflation. So I'm sorry, O&M over time will increase. The cost of everything the CDD buys goes up by 2 or 3%.
Just look at our
on a
landscaping
good-
costs. It's gone up.
Yeah, well, okay.
Tenfold.
I'm. Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I understand that we want to go line item by line item, but today's purpose is to set the max overall. I would be happy to go through and look at those line items that you're discussing, saying that maybe we need to rename them, reorganize them. But for today's purpose, we want to set the cap of what we want to spend. So I also want to ask, is the board amendable if, since we only have 400 something in the budget, are you guys open to a special assessment if something happens, or is that going to cause more pitchforks?
That's absolutely
the
going to cause
residents?
more pitchforks.
Yeah,
I don't think
So
we're
that,
open to that.
I think you guys have made a great effort in where your budget is today, and I'm just walking into this obviously very blindsided, but a 4% increase is very minute. Most of our budgets this year have increased significantly because of cost of inflation. So I understand where you're coming, that you want to remove line items, but I think we need to reorganize, regroup what our line items are. Let me get a round numbers on what your contracts are, what we're spending, so I can allocate and remove things. I would be more comfortable if you guys could discuss, do you want to increase the budget, or you're trying to stay at that 0%?
Okay, I'll speak to that, and I'm on the record of saying this before, that O&M inevitably will increase. In years past, it's been able to be offset by bond refinances, by buying out predatory streetlight loans. There have been ways that O&M increase has been able to be offset in years past, but the O&M still increases by inflation. Everything that the CDD spends money on increases. Infrastructure gets older, it gets more costly to maintain. So the goal of 0% O&M increase, I do not think is realistic. It sounds great. It makes everybody happy, but it's not realistic if we want to maintain the standards that we have here in our neighborhood. Everything we buy costs more a year than it did a year ago. And for that reason, we had a good, healthy discussion on all of our biggest line items, all of our placeholders. We knocked almost every single one of those down. We increased the sidewalk, which is a major safety issue that we've been dealing with. I'm happy with the 4.1% O&M increase, which to most people don't have their bonds paid off will be more like a 2% increase, which is below inflation for the previous year.
I think it's going to save, if we drop the 4%, I think it's going to be about a $60 a year increase for me. So about
Okay, but
$5 a month.
just, I'm trying to understand, like, this is our budget meeting. Why are we not just, I understand, we knocked the big ones out of the way. We took care of the big stuff. Why not just go line by line?
We had the reason given us by our incoming
But it's
manager.
the same.
But
and
that's
they
what
just-
we
they
would
just
have
got
done
here.
at the
They just-
budget workshop.
They just
And-
got here, but
And I made,
every meeting we've said, oh, we're just gonna set a ceiling, we're just gonna set a ceiling. And today we definitely chipped away at it more than any other meeting, I'll say that. But I would rather just
and
go through each O and M. I mean, the time that we've sat here going back and forth whether we should discuss each line item or not in O and M, I would have been done.
okay, again, I disagree on the premise of aiming for a 0% O&M increase. It is not realistic in the real world. Everything gets
It
more
is,
expensive.
it
So
is.
we have set a target
Let's
in
take
previous.
out annuals, see what it does if you take out the $14,000 for annuals.
It was to get to a 0 increase, which is 3% below inflation, would be cutting another $90,000 to $100,000 from any combination, whatever you like, of these line items. Our goal, our stated goal in years past has been to keep the O&M increase in line with inflation, if not the overall increase to the residents' bills. If it's just the O&M that goes up by inflation, their bond payoff does not go up. So that still would effectively be a decreased payment for most residents because the O&M went up by inflation, their bond did not. If this 1 year where we have a whole bunch of things in transition, a whole bunch of things that maybe were priced wrong in the previous year, 4.1% for O&M increase, which is still a below inflation increase when the bond is taken into account, I think is an I'm completely happy with that, and I will defend any of those changes that we all discussed and came to agreement here. We could spend another hour going line by line, say two
I
here.
would have been done, Dan. I would have been done. And I just don't understand why we can't go through the 7 or 8 items.
Because you were the only one that wants that goal. I'm happy with.
Not the only one that wants that.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I will defend every time that everything the CDD spends money on gets more expensive year after year.
But hear me out. Hear me out. That's all I'm asking. Is
Wait,
hear me out.
Brittany, I'm just being totally honest with you. Your goal is to get it to 0. And
No, as close to 0 as possible.
well, we are. We're at 4%. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, and maybe we can get to 2. Wouldn't that be pretty dang gooder?
Well, not when we only have $480,000 in reserves and we need a pool that certainly needs resurfacing. We got $400,000 for the sidewalks that need.
I
to
just
be
think
fixed.
that the 20 minutes that you guys spent not even wanting to hear me out, we could have knocked out another $40,000. But I
It's not
tried.
that I don't want to hear, but we are not reducing spending by taking the vehicle. We're reducing the assessment, but we're not reeling in spending.
Right.
So if we want to cut back on the money that we are paying for things, we need to find others. Like if we didn't buy the annuals, that would reel in spending by $14,000.
Let me say one more thing. Yes, most of our cuts, most of our discussion is about reducing the revenue that we bring in on assessments for each of these different line items. Our incoming potential manager, Lynn, has told us to tread lightly when we're talking about reducing the spending side of it, because that is going to be completely within their area of responsibility now. And they're saying they want the ability to even, they've been here 4 hours being exposed to all of this. They want the chance to go in. They might be able to find who knows what kind of optimization. I think every single presenter today gave examples of like tens of thousands of dollars of savings that they were able to realize taking over certain districts. And her words were to be cautious on cutting too much. I think a 4.1 O&M increase, given everything else we have, is an admirable number to settle with. I'm happy with that number, and I would go as far as saying I would move to adopt that number. But what is the voice vote of all 5 of us?
I like 4.1.
I think you guys didn't even hear me out. And obviously I vote no. And that's my vote.
Well, what other things did you want to take
I've
out?
been asking if I can say them and no one's wanted to hear them.
We did. We
Oh, you did?
discussed vehicles. We were.
That's the,
between
you
a
discussed
5%.
vehicles and you didn't let me get past that because you
No,
guys
our
decided.
Say we have to do a
our
public
incoming
hearing, yeah.
manager told us to be.
Whatever the
careful.
case may be.
Okay.
All right,
I
let's,
work
Which
for
were
the
the
city.
others? Let's
Julie.
go ahead and
let's
let her
move
tell
forward
us.
and make a vote, I guess. Is that
Julie,
what we wanna do?
Well, actually,
Yeah, we
I'm
have to
sorry to
take a vote.
interrupt. We
Mike.
need to open the public hearing and take public comment before any votes are taken.
Okay.
And we'll have to do that again for the assessment hearing as well.
Yes, copy that.
Let's do that.
Julie, do you have any thoughts before we do that?
Oh,
Of course you don't.
Okay.
get it moved along. Let's open up the
Okay.
public hearing.
All right. I will move to open the floor for the public hearing. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize.
So it's a motion by Dan. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Oh.
Second by Julie.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Jennifer. All right.
You're welcome.
The public
do you need-
hearing is open now.
Do you need to
for-
say all in favor?
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, all in favor.
Aye.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. All right, do we have any public comment on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026? Please come up, Mary Jane.
Board, I just wanted to make sure that I understood in the event this is what you wanted. Did you also want to do the 3-minute time limit for comments here as well?
As
Okay.
usual, Yep.
I won't be 3 minutes, I can assure you. Anyway, in regards to the budget, I have been here, this will be my 4th budget. And of the 4 budgets, 2 of them were double digits, my first 2 years here. The second one came down only because of the reserves. They pulled out of the reserves to a 7.6. So seeing a double digit again is very concerning. When I look at budgets at my home, we look at inflation, cost of living, right? When you're doing your budgets. And when we have big items, we save for those items. We need to be more efficient. We are not being efficient here, and we spend a lot of time going over and over and over for our own issues or own discrepancies with each other. I just want us to have a budget that was within reach because we know this is an aging community. But again, nobody here, especially our seniors, do not want to see another double digit, which I'm very appreciative that you've worked to get it down. But I wanted to say that because 3 years of double digits, I think you're going to start seeing people move. And again, I know it's only $60, but we're all seeing increases across the board. So when I do my budget at home, I have to do the same thing. We have to eke out what we can.
All right, thank you, Mary Jane. Barbara, yep, come on up.
Thank you all. This is a really tough job. I have one comment that you need to work on the next year is you need a program for every item on your budget. And you don't have that. You don't have a plan for sidewalks. You don't have a plan for ponds. You don't have a plan for pool restoration or whatever is needed. And that's my advice, which hopefully will make your budget next year a lot easier to do. You can't keep doing this piecemeal.
We did have a plan, but it went out the window when we had to do
It
the
needs
alley
to be
repaving.
It needs
Right.
to be restarted.
Right.
So I strongly encourage you to work as a team and to divide it up however it works with the new company. But this is not that hard to do. You have to have plans for your infrastructure. We don't have that right now.
All right, thank you, Barbara. We have any other comments from the audience here? Yep, please come on up.
Do you need my name?
For the record, yes.
Lenai Cacaveo, 3440 Sagebrush Street. I'm another one of your retirees, and I think our voice counts as much as yours because you're all here because we were here. And the disrespect that I've seen among you is appalling. I was in corporate America for 40 years, and if I had ever seen the disrespect that you gave this woman today, there would be different consequences. She deserved a voice. She was saying it loud and clear. You are ignoring that. And shame on you for ignoring what she was saying and talking over her and not giving her her opportunity. She gave you yours. You deserve as much of an opportunity as anybody else had. I hope you do better.
Any other comments from, on up?
Hi, so I basically just.
Okay,
moved
please
in
give your
here.
name and address for the record.
Kathy Priller, 2997 Greenview. So we just closed in March. I haven't even moved into my house yet. The sales cycle, I saw what my O&M was going to be. And then actually when I closed, it's increased, and the 13% really scared me as I'm looking at, I got my retirement money and that's all I got. But what I'd like to suggest that maybe you guys do this, but I see the 2025 numbers of what we've done. I look back on some of the other documents, like what does it mean to get a vehicle? So what when was the last time we got in a vehicle? $15,000, that's a lot of money if we only need a vehicle, I don't know, every 5 or 6 years. So I feel like going through the line items is important and I appreciate that you were doing that for us. I love that we got down to 4%. That's, makes me happy because I was really getting nervous. I haven't even moved into my house and I'm seeing my expenditures go up. So, but I'd like to see, what was it in 21, 22, 23, 24, and that way we have a better knowledge of 15,000 we need it, or can we cut it to 5?
Thank you, Kathy. And I will say we earlier in the year, we had many issues with our budgeting process with Infomark, and we are looking to improve that in the future for sure. Additional comments from the audience?
My name is Sandra Tanis, and I live at 3314 Sagebrush Street with all the old retired people. I would like to propose something a little different. Maybe you should look at last year's budget and considering you're going to go up 5% and then work within that 5% to make it fit. Start with the big things and then maybe you have to cut some out totally. But I think she's right. You go line by line and it will work if you make it work. You have to have some increase because things are going up, but I don't think it needs to be that much. When you start and say, this is what we need, this is what we need, this is what we need, by golly, we're up to 15%, it ain't gonna work because people are gonna get mad and they're gonna move. And then what do you have? So I think if you start the other way, 5%, whatever, we're gonna work within that. It's an increase and people can tolerate that. You just have to do some cutting and kind of like we do with our own budget at home. Get a work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Watch your step. Yep. Any other comments from the audience here or on Zoom?
Okay, Chairman, we'll need a motion to close the public hearing on
All right.
this one.
So moved.
It's a motion by Dan.
Second.
Second by Brittany. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So with all that said, I will repeat, we just, again, for additional background, with the budget workshop we had our proposed budget. We knew going in there a 13% number. None of us were happy with that. And we did that partially because we had issues with the budgeting process with Infomark, but also possibly, to allow for us to have the choice of bringing in these other management companies. We've had opportunities to cut it and we haven't done that until tonight, since we have now a proposed final answer with our selection. Real quick question for council relevant to this discussion. When we propose this as our budget, if anything were to happen in negotiations that we had to go back to a second choice, we would have to pull from that existing budget to satisfy if it was a higher number that was agreed to. Is that correct, council?
Most likely you would, because you're going to conclude your public hearings today. So you're going to set your numbers. And then if for some reason it's an extra $50,000 for field management or something like that, then we would have to, go ahead and pull that from another line item. And then we'd have to adjust our budget for next year.
Okay. Keeping that in mind, and I'm absolutely, I I'll reiterate that our goal in previous years has been to keep any O&M increases in line with cost of living increases. Knowing that there's still a potential wild card of how negotiations go with our incoming management and field services companies. That's two sets of negotiations that need to happen. Yes, we have proposed numbers. I'm happy with the cuts that we've made, and if we could spend another hour getting, you know, it's an 80-20 thing. We've made a, Lynn had a reason for telling us that we could, yes, we could spend a lot of time going line by line and making these fine adjustments, but there still could be a very large swing from something that's not, you know, that's only partially in our control of the negotiations for the incoming field services and management. So we've taken that big placeholder number that was giving us the freedom to make a decision. We've been able to pull that down to right in line with the year-over-year increase. And I'm happy with that number.
I think one thing we overlooked is we didn't change the number for the landscaping. And that's another $21,000 savings.
That is right. Our landscaper here, who's been phenomenally patient back
Shout
there.
out to Nick.
Yeah. They completely unprompted were willing to forego their agreed upon year-over-year increase for their landscaping budget.
Yes, they did do that. So thank you to Nick and his team. Definitely, they offered that. But the reason that they did that, and I can say that because I had conversations with Nick, is because we've applied the pressure in other areas, which is what we need to be doing. It's not that they, you know, United was just like, oh, we really like Harmony, we're not going to give them a 3% increase this year. No, it was because we applied the pressure. Our job as CDD members is to keep the budget in line. And obviously, no one else here agrees with me, so I'm going to say my last piece, which is I'm so glad we got this down, guys, from 13 to 4. I'm so thankful for that. But what I'm hearing is, well, we got it down to 4, and let me caveat, we got it down to 4 because we did go line by line through a couple of these. But now what I'm hearing is, oh, well, we already got it down to 4. Why bother with the other line items? It's not that much. That's kind of what I'm hearing. I'm so happy that we got it down to 4, but I do think we could get it down to like even 2. I'm alone.
Can I just confirm that the number is staying at 746,392? All right, thanks, Nick.
And so what does that do to our?
I think she
We
might
never
have that.
proposed a budget increase of 13%. Those were the estimated numbers that
Well, no,
came in.
that was the proposed budget that was mailed out unreadable to everybody.
Right. I know, but I mean, that was never something that we sat down and said, oh, let's use these numbers. That was sort of how the numbers came in.
Right, and we were unhappy.
So it was preliminary, and then we had so many other things going on that tonight is really the first chance we've had to really discuss the real numbers because of the invasive weeds and et cetera. And
oh, microphone.
well, I say let's take out the 14,000 for the flowers. There's a savings there. That's actual
think-
spending that we can rein in. I mean, we don't have a lot of discretionary spending.
Going to take down at least the 14,000 for the annuals is something that the residents can enjoy, something pretty. I'm which I've already been told not to say it. I'm going to say it anyways. We have in street light maintenance, $10,000. We've spent $0 this year, $0.
Oh, I
this
meant to
year,
ask
$0
about
the year
the-
before, another $10,000.
Can we?
What? Again, the historics just don't support it.
Okay.
I can go on and on where we could.
Well, actually, you're right on the streetlight maintenance, and I meant to bring that
Can
up.
we not?
We go through each of them.
Can we not talk over each other, please? What we have right now is Jennifer has been given new numbers based on the landscaping.
It was so small, it didn't adjust it. It's still 4.1.
Well, it was 21. It was a difference of like 21,000, right?
Right, but it for how large a budget is it?
Well, you were telling us before it was a $90,000 cut that would take to get it to a 0% increase. So how does taking
No, that was almost $100,000.
90, 100, that is,
Yeah.
so 21 is a fifth of that. So
So you got, it was,
down to
hold on, give me 1 second.
3.2. Where does that get us?
Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
No, that's for maintenance. No, we pay insurance to OUC every month for that. And I don't know how that actually, Joseph and I had started working on some of these things to figure out exactly what some of this stuff is, because it's just been done like this forever. And I don't think we need that number in there.
That I think that there's several numbers in there like that. And just from O&M alone, I had another 40,000 in cuts, plus the 20 and change from United. That's over $60,000. That gets us way closer to that zero, because that's over half of the 90 that Jennifer said it would cost to get us down to 0%. So including those two, we should be able to get down to probably 1%.
My hesitation is based on the input from our incoming district manager. We're trusting them to run the district in more to our satisfaction than Infomark has. And the first thing that they went on the record telling us was to not completely cut them off at the knees of pulling back too much of the budget I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry. And I apologize. I'm trying to find the best balance of moving the meeting along, not being here for 6 hours, give everyone the time of chance to talk, not talk over each other. Jennifer, you're ready to say something.
Sure. So my apologies. I entered the number and then didn't hit the enter key. So yes, it did adjust it. My apologies. It did go down to 3.2. And for what it's worth, I am in agreement with your new management company. Most of us want to make sure that you have a cushion given all the changes.
Yes, because 2 years ago, we had to not pay our bills because we ran out of money at the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, and the only other thing I want to add, we're very new into this budget, right? So that recommendation really is being prudent and conservative on the approach. The other thing is we don't have the access right now that Jennifer has in terms of, are those line items, are they going to be exhausted by the end of the fiscal year? Or are they even coded to the correct line item? So these are really fundamental things that right now we don't have, we will. And it is extremely important that you guys take in consideration not only a potential small increase, but also keep in mind that when you start the fiscal year, you do not get your disbursement from the tax collector until sometime in December. So the bills won't stop. They will continue to come, right? So it's more of a reason that you want to have this influx of cash flow coming in to be able to pay those bills as they come in before you get disbursements by the tax collector. So I just want to point that out. It's extremely important. And again, we're not here to say one way or another how the management company is doing the financials or what it is in the budget, but these are key factors that you have to take in consideration when making the decision.
Thank you. So
3.2, move ahead.
With again, thanks to the outstanding
don't know.
gesture by our landscaping company, that gets us to a 3.2% O&M increase. Which Jennifer, can you tell us what like a typical once the bond is factored in?
Can you repeat that?
So the O&M increases that we're saying is now 3.2%, but for a typical resident, the percentage of the assessment that for their bond that didn't go up, what does that net increase come to once the bond, which didn't increase, is factored in? It should be at the end of that table.
The percentage.
So you're saying if you add the bond payment with the O&M
Oh, you're asking for it together?
Yeah.
what's the overall?
It's all on the table. We're about to open for discussion and ratify here.
For the average resident.
Right.
So it's going to be 1.7.
I'm completely comfortable asking our residents to increase by 1.7%, by 3.2% if they've already paid off their bond, given all of the incoming changes and potential for improvements, potential for
Bond
unknown
refinancing.
issues. So I will move.
I said bond refinancing potentially.
Yeah, and there's a potential bond refinance coming in next year too, that depending on how things go, could be a savings on that bond payoff. So I'm happy with the, what's that O&M number that we need to move to approve, Jennifer? Or can we just say to approve based on the changes we've given you?
Correct. You can do that as well. But it's going to be $2,828,650.
Sorry, one more. 2,828.
Is that something that the board wants?
Well, we're being told to be careful. We've pulled it down to below inflation for the previous year, I believe, for just the O&M. So for most residents that haven't paid off their bond, that is when cost of living increase is considered a reduction in percentage of what they need to pay for their CDD assessment. And that's still not going as far as trying to cut to zero, again, based on the word of caution from our incoming manager to not kneecap ourselves by, having at least some flexibility for the transition process that needs to take place. We made several major cuts to large placeholder items. I'm happy with the 3.2% O&M increase.
So Chairman, if you'd like, you can move forward to make the adoption of considerate of resolution 2025-11, adopting the fiscal year budget.
Of 2,828,000, and I missed the last couple of digits.
650. It's a 3.2%
Okay,
increase.
So moved.
That's a motion by Dan,
I'll second.
second by Lucas.
All in
Yep.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay, and I'm gonna just say again, I'm so happy that we got it down to 3.2. We could have brought it down lower.
All right, thank you. So I will now move to open the public hearing for the assessments schedule. Is that?
For levying the assessments, correct.
Yes. So I've moved to open the public hearing for assessments.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is unanimous. Do we have any public comments on the levying of assessments? Basically, it'll be the same, what's the word? Methodology of, by your lot size or unit type, just scaled evenly across the board to match the revenue that we just agreed upon. Any public comments on that? All right. Hearing none, move to close the public hearing on the assessments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Is there any other discussion, Jennifer, we need to do to?
We need a motion for the consideration of resolution 2025-12, levying the O&M assessments.
So moved.
It's a motion by Dan,
Give that to Julie. Julie got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's unanimous.
is there any opposed?
Did not hear any, no. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. That is the next item that we have is we have an item for a meeting schedule.
Dan, I did speak already with Lynn. She is open to keeping the schedule as is, but open to adjustments, to revisit it with the board if needed. But as the way it's presented, it does work for them at this time. Correct?
Okay. Do we have any other thoughts from the board on meeting schedule that we've already set up?
Nope.
Okay. So if there's no action being taken, we don't need to have any votes.
Are you not taking action on it to set it? Or-
Oh, I thought we already had set it.
No, that's why it's here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. And that is
286 on your agenda.
yeah. Okay, and this is basically the last Thursday in each month, except for November and December, where it is the third Thursday in lieu of the holidays. I will move to approve Resolution 2025-13 for adopting a meeting schedule for the next fiscal year. That was Julie. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's unanimous. All right, back to. It is
So
my-
if you'd like, Chairman, the next one is just consideration of the goals and objectives. So this was adopted last year. We have to do this annually. So this is just adopting the same ones unless you guys would like any changes. But again, we keep them very brief and.
I don't, you can, this is from Is it the board did this last year? This
Correct. If Mike wants to speak any more to it, he's able to. But this is something that the board has to adopt. It started last year.
Oh, okay.
It was.
Sure.
Oh,
So-
I see the memorandum here. Yeah.
So the legislation, first of all, it wasn't changed this year. So you're dealing with the same legislation you had before. But it says you have to adopt goals and objectives each year. You did adopt them last year. You have a report that will have to go on your website by December 1st of this year saying whether or not you met your goals and objectives. But you also have to establish ones for your next fiscal year. And you must do that by October 1st. So you can either adopt what's in front of you today, or you can bring it back at your August or your September meeting if the board has some more time to think about whether or not there's any goals and objectives they would like to add to this list. So those are your options today, but you do have to adopt something before October 1.
I'm happy with them as they exist. The rest of the board have any other thoughts on? Okay, I'll move to approve the goals as given in Exhibit A in the agenda.
Second.
All right, as Lucas, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's unanimous. Next, we have the discussion of next meeting date or meeting continuation. It's 8, but I think we can knock out the last little bit here. Nick has been the patience of a saint waiting through all of this. He will be next up with, is there any desire to reschedule and try and continue the meeting, or we're ready to knock this out tonight?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I asked that agenda item to be included on there in the event that the board wasn't comfortable giving, district council and chair the authority to finalize the district management and field management agreement. They've already done that. During my report, I will ask for some additional authority to make sure that arrangements are made to appoint officers by resolution, as well as make sure the bank account signers get transferred. But I'll handle that under my report.
Copy that. Okay, so next up would be Nick with United Land Services.
Welcome, Nick.
Man of the hour. Good evening. Oh, yep.
My name is Nick Lomasny with United Land Services. How is everyone?
Oh,
What did you say your last name was?
Lomasny.
Yeah, I don't say it like that. If that matters.
So we're mowing, we're still at 4.75 inches on the turf. The detail's running on schedule. It did run behind at the top of the month because of the heat wave. We couldn't trim anything when it was like that because we're limited to our irrigation. It is caught up now, but if you notice, 5 Oaks that by Burnham Hedge was kind of let go, but it was due to that. We put alcohol on the blades and they're fine. So that's done. There is flooding going on at Buck Lake. It's routine. It's every year. It's even on the back side of Dark Sky Drive. We were able to get in there last week and take advantage of it, but it's flooded again. Like last year, once it dries up, we'll go in there with our herbicide. We'll get it all cleaned up in the shrubs. But right now, it's every week we have to check it to see if we can do anything with it. But it's still manageable. But I did want to note that. The irrigation, we're running into quite a bit of issues. On top of what I had sent you guys, we have identified 2 mainline breaks behind, where the bridge is, the tunnel, called the tunnel. There's 2 mainline breaks within 300 feet of each other. And we had 4 valves this month that we're stuck on. Because we don't have a valve map, that requires us tracking it. So for each zone, there's a valve and we got to find it with the device. Once we find it, we're finding that the diaphragms are original, which is good. You got 20 plus years out of it, but we're having to replace them. Last month we had 3. This month so far, we've just discovered, new ones. So, and I spoke with the ladies at East and South Lake. They also reported the same thing. We're going to have to send a technician Tuesday to go look at that. We discussed that with them. We'll actually coordinate with a couple of them. They could show us around a couple of the areas and we'll get that squared away. I hate to bring it up, but I have a sidewalk problem. there is a gentleman, I just left his house, and he is at 3446 Schoolhouse. I don't know if he got the bad end of the stick, but where his house sits, there is a peak where the two pads have buckled like this. And at his property line on the other end, it has done the same thing. It looks like a vert ramp. This individual also, because we turned in a proposal to do the sod, he also sodded his front lawn. The problem, and I was standing in the rain with him. It literally, because of how they're both peaking, it ponds in front of his home. So the new lawn that he just installed is rotting out from fungus. I told him, shut your system off. I gave him my card. I told him I'd help him in any way I could. I even offered him a fungicide that we would apply because we're going to apply it to what we did. There is nothing that can be done until that sidewalk is corrected. The reason why I really bring it up is because that is on the pathway for the school. They're spray painted orange, but the lip is about this big on both sides. It is fluorescent orange, but the amount of traffic over there twice a day, I can't help but be concerned for the little ones that walk there. So I do ask that that address be looked at when we do sidewalk repairs, because it's in a high traffic area for our little ones that we do look at that. There is 4 panels that need to be replaced. I don't think that you can grind them down. They're already grinded and they have actually broke. So it's only going to get worse. The roots there underneath of it, they need to be removed. I would be there if I had the work date with the chainsaw and we would remove those. We already investigated these trees because we removed quite a bit of roots to lower the turf down in his front. The verge, we took 7 inches out. Most of that was wood.
So Nick, what's the risk of that tree potentially dying by removing so much roots?
I actually will bring that up because we ran into an issue with a main line over here that I now can't cut anymore. I have to reroute it. What we're looking at now, the trees in front of his home, we didn't remove any feeder roots. So they're fine. Now, when they unearth, that pad and what's below there, I will have to evaluate it. And I probably will have to call the management company or the board to let them know or get permission to move forward before I cut it. Because each one will be a situational basis. Sometimes we may have to maybe move the sidewalk at this stage because they're big over there. 5 Oaks, Schoolhouse Cat, we all know they're really big. So, but that house, I just drive by there and you can't miss it. I just wanted to bring that to your guys' attention.
Oh, microphone. We can't hear you, Joe.
Is that something the field services can do? Or do we need to hire that done?
We got a proposal from them, from their other services, but no, it's not something in-house we can do. We'll have to get somebody that has profession to get that done.
Yeah, I don't think you can grind this one. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to. There's
Like,
4
we'll have to
pads.
pour concrete and recreate those panels
Yeah.
after they're tore up, and Nick removes the roots.
Can we ask for them to get someone for us and get that done? What can we do here?
He won't let it go. He's threatened litigation.
Most of us have probably heard from him. He's really pissed off. And I think it's fair. So what do you think is the best solution in terms of efficiency and cost?
And he is an extreme case.
Okay.
It's those panels need to be replaced in this particular spot outside of his flooding of his turf. Safety, you can't walk. You can't ride a bike. I don't walk my son there. And so.
Can we get Pablo or Mark to get a quote to get that replaced?
Well, here's the thing.
I know
they
walking
have
out the door.
They have a
but-
week left. Well, 2.
But they can still get a quote, right? And we can pass that quote on to the new field service company.
I did leave his house and I told him that, they're going through a change and he is understanding of that. And I did say that I would bring it up to him and I left him my card. But I think that by next month, we should certainly be asking for a quote. And then I think everything will be okay. But if we ignore it, 30 more days, we're gonna have a litigation problem on our hands.
Well, then the sidewalk's gonna get that much worse and something could happen, right?
That and school's about to start.
$50,000.
Right. Well, we have our August meeting is in 3 weeks. And that is 3 days after Infomark's last day. I mean, everyone's in the room here. Are we amenable to seeing if we can get a quote for that specific panel replacement in this one extreme case, knowing that it's the period of performance is going to be by the new company? Are you guys comfortable with Infomark starting the quote process, knowing that you would have to take it over for the execution ultimately? So, I mean, that's just a question for council. Is there any issue with the incoming management on the basis, assuming that negotiations are able to be completed? Is there any issue with them starting to take action on this sidewalk panel replacement issue?
In terms of them getting a quote, there's no issues with that. It would just, I mean, I would just suggest you all give the chair authority to get this sidewalk fixed, given what's been said here today. And where you get that proposal, if it's with the assistant or the new manager or the existing manager, I care less about.
Okay, and I mean, we already have established some just spending approval limits that I can do. So if we're all out, do we need to take a formal vote on that, or if we're I mean, if it's within
Think is only $5,000, right? Or
it's
10?
5 for the manager and
five.
10 if I sign off on it.
Okay, so then, yeah, I think that's fair. You can handle that.
Okay.
Do we think it's gonna be more than that?
I out of my expertise, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
Trees, I could tell you. but
Well, I'm
not
just thinking of the destroying the sidewalk, removing it, taking it away, and then getting concrete poured. I mean, that it could be close to 10.
So we do run
And-
into irrigation repairs. It's
Go ahead, David.
We just did a brand new concrete apron and another CDD. We ripped up the old one and put a new one in for $3,000. You should be fine. So,
All right. Thank you, David. Perfect.
and I got something else for Nick before he leaves. So we do have limited irrigation plans if he wants copies for his use.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
If you're gonna handle it, can you work with Nick on that? So he can be there when they do it, because he'll take care of the roots.
Yep. And can point out where it is for the purpose of getting a quote, and then I'll be happy to approve pending it comes in below the amount.
I'll help in any way I can.
And I was gonna say, Nick will probably meet you all there if you want and explain what's going on.
Nick's basically a superhero, so yeah.
I try. I try. Not a superhero. So that's all I have to report as far as the irrigate. I do have a question with everything going on. Do I maintain fixing the main lines as I see them due to the high water bill? Because if I shut the meter off because we don't have a valve map, if I shut that meter off, that all of the water for the irrigation, not just that controller. Example, on Catbrier, when we had to fix that main line, we shut the meter down for all of Catbrier irrigation. This time of the year, it's not a big deal. I mean, we're getting a lot of rain, but you know, come May.
I mean, I'm fine with you continuing.
Now, we do provide pictures, as you know, for every irrigation break, and my technicians, they're not allowed to perform anything without a photograph.
I don't
Yeah, I
see a
think
problem.
they need to be fixed and get them fixed.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just wanted to, because those two main lines I wanted to get fixed next week so we can get the repairs done and the water.
yeah, we have seen a pretty big increase in our water bill over the last year.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Okay.
All right. I do have a couple of proposals. I did email everyone. Did you guys get a chance to review them?
Briefly.
It's been a while.
I did.
Well, you
I
were
sent the
busy.
email. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I printed them. So one of them was for an addendum. Do you guys recall asking us to provide a price for the Virgins? So originally when we quoted the property, it came in around 40. We did get the price low to 24.9. I can't get any lower than that because I have to provide fertilization 5 times a year for the rest of the contract. I will say that some of the homeowners that we've spoke to, and one of the employees that currently works for me worked for Cervello. And there was a lot of pushback then, and what we hear now that they don't want us to touch, they already paid their landscaper. So even though we came in at a good price, I really want you guys to think about it, maybe even reach out to some of them, put it in that Harmony magazine if possible. I don't know if polling is something I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to, make faces. It's tricky, but it's something we can do.
That's
it-
probably
yeah.
easy, over 100 homes that will be affected. And
Right.
some of them, they like to do their own lawn. And if
Right.
it's 1 or 2, of course, okay, we won't touch it, no problem. But if 10, 15 and there's a bill, we don't feel right. So how do we?
Right.
Navigate this.
And that was the thinking a few years ago when we, were doing the landscaping bid, that, it was something that everyone was paying in for the landscaping contract, but it was only, the benefit of those people that live there. And yes, they have, whole tangent we don't need to go down. I'm based on what you're saying, it doesn't sound like something we want to spend that extra money to do unilaterally right now. We at least need more consideration and possibly resident feedback before undoing that change we did a few years ago.
Yeah, and what would you do during fall time when leaves are falling?
So that's the thing. We would pick
Just
up.
mow over them and blow them somewhere?
Oh, no. So
No,
what
I'm kind of joking, but
No, so what we do is we have a system and we use it here in Harmony. For every like 18 feet, we make this massive pile. And then we suck them up. We're actually already picking those leaves up. We've already had to make deals with some of the landscapers, because after we would come through and mow on Caprior, they would go blow them across. I'm like, look, guys, if you do it the day before, we'll pick them up. Just don't do it the day after. I'm trying to get it to grow.
right.
So we're kind of already picking them up.
Okay.
And the piles that get left, because I'm not going to name any addresses, but every year they just leave them right there in the walk and we have to come pick them up anyway.
Mm.
So we're already doing that.
Okay. All right.
We already do the irrigation and we already do the trees. Oh. Okay. Awesome.
So yeah, I think we could, like what Dan said, hold off on that. It seems like a gray area where some want it, some don't want it, and
It
it's
is. I
extra
would say
cost for us. And
like a 60-40 split.
Yeah.
So it's here if you do go with it, but I do want you to check with the residents. There was another proposal. We have an individual. This is located, I want to say, on Sundrop. It is a dead tree, but it's kind of a hazard. It's right where they park. This was brought to my attention from a resident. They had asked me to go look at it, and it's rotted. It's gonna come down.
This is the one that we spoke about.
Yes.
a few times.
It's pretty big. Actually, I tried. I'm like, hey, dude. This is the last one. We did replace 2 already, 1 last year, 1 at the top of this year. But that one was brought to my attention. I did travel that whole road in that area. And that is the last one remaining. I did want to propose it. If I don't propose it, but that's
Right.
us acknowledging that we've seen it.
Well, if it's dead, I mean, what's it?
Yep. So I will propose that we accept proposal 177932 in the amount of 1832.48 for removing the dead tree on Sundrop.
Yeah, and that
Yeah, I'll
includes
second that.
replacing.
Oh, you're gonna replace it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's, yep.
Cool.
With a 2.5, 45 gallon live oak. Was that a second, Lucas?
Yeah, second.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
we will have to bucket water this one, that we don't do the irrigation there. So within the warranty, we will bucket water it for 60 days every day.
Then it's the resident's responsibility, right?
Yeah, and I will communicate, and I've done that before with a couple of them.
Yeah, you've been did the one my neighbor on Middlebrook that
Yeah.
one time. Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
And we also have one more, and this was from the irrigation repairs that were done. I emailed all this to you guys if you guys want to look at it. For every irrigation repair we do, we provide a picture so that way we can see it, and it's good for the records. The main line's in there, and we have a few valves that had to be replaced. The valves, so we have a rule of thumb, if we can clean the diaphragm, we will, but if we have to go back to it again, we will replace it, because at that point, it's no longer. And the diaphragms that we were replacing the past few months, I've noticed they're all original. They're like 2003, 2004.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was actually shocked that we got this far with them with the roots, but.
Okay, I will move to accept proposal 175771 in the amount of $3,282.97 for the mainline irrigation repair.
I'll second.
All right, Lucas got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion unanimous.
There is one more thing I want to break up. We did get an email or a Facebook post. I can't tell. The picture's always cropped. We had to go back to that spot. So where we did a repair, 3 feet, 3.5 feet, the pressure bursted again. So we're not going to charge to repair to repair it again. However, we're going to have to reroute it because of the root pressure. As you can see in that photograph, how close it is. We are proposing to move it away, and that's where we're at now. We did get the water off, but this is the 4th time that this has happened within 20 feet. So we propose that it's going to go 8 feet around the oak tree and then go back in line.
Right.
So that way we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, trim the roots off.
I can't cut any more. That's why.
Yeah, that's
Wanna make it
that's the
grow
trunk right
back
there.
in.
Yeah, I can't cut any more on that tree. So we have to just move it. It's never the first option to reroute a main line, but because it's twice, I don't feel comfortable constantly repairing it at the same spot. I think we have no other option. That would be the first reroute here, on my watch anyway.
Okay.
So that'll be next month. We'll discuss that, and
Okay.
I'll provide photographs with that as well.
Excellent. Thanks. We goes out saying we really appreciate everything you do.
Is that all for me?
I believe so. Yeah. Do we have any questions for Nick?
You guys can have them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, microphone.
You can keep them.
We're just making sure the proposals were given to district management.
If you guys want to keep this, I'll allow it for a year.
Yep.
Okay. It's emailed, but.
Right.
This is, and the maps provided, it's kind of hard to see, and I could show you, the verge on.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nick. All right. Next is the field inspection report. Raul, thanks for hanging in there. I'll say on your way in, the west entrance lights, great job. I know it took a while to get there, but they look great now. Do you have anything else for your field inspection report?
Last call. Say, I have nothing to report.
Grab a mic, please.
Good evening, Raul Pavon, Infomark Field Manager. As in from the last field inspection that we have, all the items in the inspection that are already covered, we already took care of that. Before we leave, there is 8 more 88 pads that we going to be installing in the sidewalks.
Cool.
Also, we're going to push to see if we can add more sand to the volleyball court. Because I mean,
Yeah, it's getting used pretty good. So.
Yes. So basically, we're gonna be taking care of that. At least, those are the 2 things that we have left.
Cool.
After that, I'm just working the inventory of the tools and everything that we currently have. The one that are from Infomark and the one that are from you guys. That way, you guys can have a list of all the tools.
I appreciate it.
Yes, of all the list of tools that you guys have between the containers and.
If you could give just a short description on usage and how like worn out they are potentially. That would be helpful to us.
Okay, yeah.
If they're like raw, if they're like getting ready on their last leg and they're gonna not be usable soon, or just some details like that would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, I'll add got you, yeah, yeah.
Just so we know that we're gonna have to buy some more soon for some of those.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely do that. There's something that you guys, I mean, will be good to consider is the mules that we still have back there. They're just taking space there. And there's nothing to do with those.
Are those the side by sides you're talking about?
Yeah, the mules, yeah.
The ones that we're gonna try to sell and get rid of, and we never did anything.
We never find the person to come down here to
Okay.
just, come those pick up. And so
We
basically
just need to scrap those and get rid
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. Well, there's a procedure for that if we
Yeah.
need to. So,
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, in the meantime, if you guys need anything from me, all you guys have a number, just feel free to call me and I will be more than happy
And-
to assist you guys.
and thanks for everything.
No, for sure,
really
for sure.
do.
No, tomorrow, I mean, I will be delivering a bunch of access card that I have since I was out last week. Tomorrow I'll be delivering most of the ones that I currently have on my email. So
And-
tomorrow they will be all set.
Okay, and to that, are we able to pull like what cards were used on certain dates for the purpose of trying to identify who might have been responsible for some vandalism that took place? Is that something that we are
No,
capable
the
of?
current system that we have, it doesn't track. I mean, the dorking system that you guys have, it doesn't track specifically who opened the gate, which day, or any of that.
Got it.
So that's something that maybe you
Yeah,
guys
they-
can look into
right.
to improve.
Probably have the same kind of RFID tag in there that just kind of
Well,
butts in.
it's no, we're still able to shut, we don't have to like physically take the card. We can say, okay, this card is no longer allowed, but that doesn't mean it's still recording and has a log of access that we can, pull
Right.
from. So
I gotcha.
that's unfortunate, but that's not your fault. So, all right.
Okay.
Do we have any other comments for our field inspection report?
I'm good here.
All right. Appreciate it, Raul.
Thank you for your service, man.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, next is District Engineer. David, thank you for hanging in there.
You guys got all the snacks down there. I didn't get any.
Man. You're unmuted,
Too
David.
late. I'm already starving.
All right,
Good.
All right,
just two
good.
quick things.
go ahead.
The engineer that's doing the 5 Oaks Drive maintenance facility has met with Osceola County. They provided him some feedback on some changes to our conceptual site plan, and I'll be presenting that on the meeting on August 28th to the board. So, drive aisles got a little bit wider. They made them move the dumpster pad location, just little tweaks here and there, nothing major. So, and the second thing, I enjoyed working with Raul the little bit of time I had with him, and I'm gonna miss working with him. So he was a good seed for the CDD. So with that, I'll say goodnight. So.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. And
You hear that? David said he enjoyed working with you.
thank you, David. Raul appreciates that. All right, next is District's Council.
We've got 5 items that I want to discuss with you, but they'll go real quick. The first one is because we won't be meeting between now and when the contract is anticipated with the new management company, we need to make arrangements for the bank accounts signers. We're not changing the bank accounts right now, but we do need to change the signers on the account and the people who can write checks and make deposits and deal with the bank on that. We also probably, in order to do that, have to adopt a resolution or two appointing officers and removing officers on specific dates. And so what I'd be looking for from the board is a motion to authorize the chair and vice chair to sign any resolutions or other documents that are necessary to facilitate the transition and to transition the folks who are allowed to deal with the finances of the district between now and the next meeting. And whatever resolution that person signs, we will send or bring back to the board at your August 28th meeting for ratification. So that's the first action item I'd ask the board to consider, and that's not on the agenda. So we would have to ask if there's any audience comments on that before you vote on it.
Sure. Briefly open up for public comments. Most people have filtered out, but we got thumbs up. All right. Not hearing any public comments on that agenda item. If that's okay, Mike, I'll do it as just one motion, approving myself and Lucas as chair and vice chair to sign any resolutions to handle the transition for bank signatures and adding, removing officers for the board to be ratified at the next meeting.
Second that.
Brittany beat you. All right, seconded by Brittany. All in favor?
Julie
Aye.
seconded.
Oh, Julie?
Yeah.
Julie, okay. Seconded by Julie. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. All right, go ahead,
Great,
Mike.
thank you. Next item is the agreement with Sunrise Deck and Dock. We had some negotiations with them. We're awaiting their signature, and Michael Perez is coordinating the execution of that with the vendor. Number 3 is the sidewalk repair services contract with Precision was signed on July 24th, 2025. So that got done after your last meeting. Number 4 is the board still has not taken action on the no commercial parking ordinance that we had drafted for the board to consider. And so hopefully, perhaps that can be a goal that we have over the next 3 months to try to figure out what you'd like to send to the county on that issue. And then finally, we'll be spending some time trying to negotiate these agreements with your district management firm and your field services firm. And in the event that we are unable to get to an agreement on either one of those, we will notify the board that we've reached that and that we're moving on to number 2. So just wanted to let the board know, even though we won't be meeting, you can call me at any time. And then if there's anything material, I will update the board by email. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Mike. You've been key in making this all happen as smoothly as possible.
I got a quick question for Mike.
Go for it.
Mike, the sidewalk repair company, did they provide any information when they plan to start those repairs?
My understanding is that they were going to start without any material delay at all because, their timing concerns were that the sidewalks move. And so they wanted to get it done right away. I will reach out to them and find out when they're going to start if you'd like me to, or your district manager who's been, working with them can do that as well.
Yeah, I thought I got something from Michael regarding that, but I don't recall the exact date.
Yeah, I think the last update was on as of last Monday, the 28th. They were going to work on getting it scheduled. Raul, do we know if the precision sidewalk has been executed? Not yet. Okay.
Okay. No, Mike, we'll take care of it on the district side.
Okay, sounds good.
I checked into it and they had said that because the heat and the rain was causing them delays getting started.
You should have said that earlier when you were bashing them.
All right. And that's everything, Mike. Do we have any other questions for district council? Okay, thank you, Mike. District manager, Jennifer. Oh, microphone. Sorry.
So just as noted, your next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 28th, and your new management company will lead that meeting. We will work closely with them, already exchanged some contact information in facilitating the transfer. It's obviously a very quick turnaround, so we'll do everything we can to get that moving right along. We'll get them connected as soon as possible and documents are signed with the accounting team, and then start working on getting all the files transferred. There's a lot. Anything for me?
Just a question on like the document transfer. How many years do you have to go back to give everything to them? Are we going back from when you guys started, or is it 7 years?
Yes, we'll transfer everything that we have.
Okay.
I do not believe that you all adopted the digital, so I believe everything is still in boxes and storage. You all opted to not.
Good luck.
At the time, the board did not opt to adopt it when we presented it. So. So
We're
still.
going to charge us an arm and a leg.
It wasn't an arm and a leg, actually.
For the amount
That's
of
how I
capabilities. All
remember
right.
it.
All right. So any other questions for outgoing district management? Thank you, Jennifer, for.
Absolutely. We wish you guys the best of luck with both your new firms.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. All right.
will miss you,
We have the consent agenda. Do we have any changes or amendments for the June 26th regular meeting minutes, July 23rd continuation minutes, July 24th special meeting minutes?
I have some for July 24th.
Yes.
To tell on myself. Yes, Joe actually pointed something out, did have it wrong as the August 7th shade. It was the 24th. So that will be corrected. And then, Joe, it's up to you and the board. I mean, I didn't note that it was a non-mandatory pre-bid. That's why I just put a pre-bid meeting. So, I mean, we can change the verbiage to say,
Microphone.
oh, okay. Yeah, I have it.
I think the issue is there was no pre-bid meeting. That's what the board decided, was there would not be a pre-bid, but they could contact Raul, and we provided maps as an addendum to the proposal.
Yeah. So I can make that adjustment. And I think that was it. I think it was those two. Was there three? Let's see. No worries. I have it right here. I found it. That was the pre-bid. Oh, shortlisting the district management proposals to the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, we elected just based on the smaller number than expected of bids, just to bring them all in, and we're happy we did.
So elected to do that to just a possibility. Is that what the change needs to be? Because that's what Joe proposed. So I just want to make sure I have it right. Okay. I can make all 3 of those changes. No problem. No, understood. Understood.
Right. Anything else for district manager? Oh, sorry. No, we already passed that. Anything else within the consent agenda that we need to amend? Not seeing anything. So I will move to approve the consent agenda, given those amendments that were just discussed.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Supervisor requests. Yes, go for it. Microphone, make sure we can pick you up. Thank you.
For sure. I might have forwarded to everyone else. I know I definitely sent it to you, Dan. We had a request come in from a Rebecca Bond, and she is with Safety First PD Aquatics. They're having some sort of issue with their facility where they're moving. Anyways, the request was if they could rent our facility for, I don't know, a day or 2, a couple hours a day or 2 for some lessons that they do. I told them I wasn't sure what the rules are, that we would discuss with the board, that I would forward to the chairman. I also discussed briefly with Raul, but I wanted to see where we were on that.
I believe in the past, we might have given the manager leeway to approve a request like that. Maybe since it was, I guess, is it a business technically that was? Okay. I mean, I'm in general okay with it. I mean, what do we think as a board? Do we, go ahead, Jennifer, you want to say something?
What exactly does it entail? I just want to make sure, is it something we want to check with Aegis about and make sure that this is something that, would be covered in the event anyone was injured?
She did mention that they have their own insurance, but her request reads, I have a swimming facility in town and we teach swim lessons to children throughout your community. We're currently in a situation where the new landlords are asking us to leave. We'll have 15 to 45 days. But they've allowed us to give us 6 months. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the point. Given the moment, they were wondering if Harmony would allow us to finish out our season at your pool and pay rent. We teach Monday through Friday, 8:20 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. AM and 2 to 7. There's usually only 2 instructors at the pool at a time.
So if the board would like, Brittany, if you want to send it to me now, I'll immediately send it to Aegis, CCU, and your new DM so that you can bring it back, given their response to the board. But I would strongly encourage that you guys hear from the insurance company first.
How many kids are they?
She didn't say how many kids. She said 2 instructors, but I'm pretty sure these are also one-on-one lessons. So I would think 2 instructors, 2 kids.
Okay. I mean, if that's the case, I think that's fine. And I don't want to say no, but if they're bringing 15 kids and they're taking up
2 kindergarten classes, yeah.
It's like, all right, they're taking up the entire pool.
Go ahead, Mike.
There's, yeah, just to put the lawyer hat on, because that's all I have. One is you're allowing a for-profit business to use public facilities to make a profit. Okay, that's one concern. Second concern is what waivers are they getting the parents to sign that protects the CDD? And third one is the insurance company that they have going to name the CDD and its supervisors and employees as additional insureds? So when we've had this issue come up before, when the boards have actually allowed it and dealt with the risk of, using public facilities for private profit, we've always had a written agreement between the district and those. So that would be my recommendation. Obviously, the board can reject my advice if they want to.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think we should definitely get those answered. I will say, two of the parents that their children go to swim lessons there also reached out, and yeah, the two parents that reached out also live here. I think most of the students that she teaches also live here. But two of the parents reached out and said that there's another school out of Lake Nona that have been using our facilities, which is without our permission. So that's obviously, I think we should probably look into that.
Maybe put up some security cameras. I'm
Yeah.
kidding. No, okay. I agree. So I mean, I think the action, we're okay with, like you said, Jennifer, forwarding that to insurance.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
I had sent it to Raul, so should I forward it to you,
If you just
Jennifer?
want to forward it to me now, I can do it right now.
Great.
Seems like a lot of work for.
yeah.
I
I mean, it's
Might be a lot of work, but it's probably for our residents. A lot of the parents are residents here.
I mean,
and to Mike's concern, as long as insurance is okay with it.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, and then and they're willing to pay rent. I'm trying to remember within our rules, do we have like published facility rental rates, right?
I do. I think it's $150 for non-residents, which I would imagine, obviously, even if she lives here, I
Right.
think if she's using it for her business.
Yeah, I believe businesses are classed as non-residents in our rules. So if there's rules in place and as long as insurance is, fine with it.
What have we done in the past when the schools took lessons?
I think in that case, since it was a public school, we might have let them do it.
It was
for
also not
free.
for profit, which
Right.
this is going to be for
Correct.
profit, so it changes a little bit.
I'd also like to know how many lessons per day and how many children? Because the
Yeah.
hours that you said, they could potentially be in there all day, every day.
Yeah,
I mean, I realize they probably aren't, but I
I,
guess,
I definitely feel this is something that still has to be a board discussion once you all receive your answer from the insurance.
Yeah.
Also, they're probably going to request documents as Mike had also indicated from their current insurance carrier, want to know what kind of forms they're having them sign. There's going to be a few questions that go back and forth, and then the board is going to need to weigh that option.
yeah, and also when does their season end? I feel like school starts next week, so imagine
She
it.
said September through November.
Oh,
She sent us a letter of intent, a whole bunch of stuff, which I had
Okay.
forwarded to Dan and to,
We can
Infomark, but
revisit it when we get all that information.
Okay. All right, so we've taken the appropriate action there. Any other supervisor requests?
No.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Mike, thank you.
Thanks. Have a great evening.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. Look forward to working with you guys. Nice to meet you. I'm Brittany. And I guys all use your board. Sure, will come.